sorry for the deafening silence, but apparently you can't even play the radio or YouTube will ban your account or give you a copyright strike, so, you know, fuck them. I guess you're just gonna have to sit with the deafening silence while I work.
Like these? Call for a Lipton iced tea with 40% less.
Is buying a home in Calgary still possible? Let CIBC show you how.
It will be a simple script with a single field that we can add to as many backgrounds as we want to achieve our desired effect. Let's begin! Hello and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey, and this channel is all about helping you learn how to make your own games with in-depth tutorials made by a professional indie game developer. So if you find the video helpful, consider subscribing. Okay, so this is our goal. Over here I have a simple platformer character, and you can see the background. Now as I move, yep, there you go, there's a very nice effect where the background is split into different layers and each layer moves a different amount. So as I move left, right, or jump, you can see them all moving at a different amount for a really great effect, giving the illusion of 3D. We're also going to make the effect deal with background scrolling, so we end up with an infinite background. So as I keep moving, the background will never ever end. You can see here in the editor, there's my camera preview, and here I can move the camera, and no matter how much I move the camera, you can see all of the background sprites being moved alongside it, so they look seamlessly. And I have these two sprites, the trees and the mountains, also perfectly repeating on the horizontal axis, and then I have the clouds which repeat horizontally but also vertically. So just like this, we have a floor in there, and we can go anywhere, and our visuals always look perfect. Alright, so this is our goal. Let's get to it! Okay, so here I am in my starting scene. All I have is some basic platformer movement with no background. Alright, so first let's add our backgrounds. Over here on the project files I have these background textures. Essentially each one will be one level of the parallax effect. So let's drag them onto our scene. Okay, there they are. Now let's sort them. Okay, so they are all basically sorted. So the trees are on -10, then behind it we have the mountains on order in layer -. -20, and then we have the clouds right on top. Now the one missing is the background. Now this one is just a simple image. There it is. Now this one is meant to be a simple image that will not have the parallax effect. So since we don't want this one to move at all, we can simply make it a child of the camera. And let's also make sure that these sprites that we dragged are all on Z of 0. Alright, so far so good. So over here we have our sprites. Let's run our game. And yep, there it is, and we have our character right here. Then behind it we have the trees, the mountains, and over there the clouds. Alright, so everything is working correctly so far. Now let's make our script. So a new C# script. Let's call this the parallax background. And we're going to add it to our 3 backgrounds. So just add them on there, okay. Now in here, the way the parallax effect works is essentially we're going to move the background alongside the camera, but a bit less for each level. So let's make a field to have our camera transform. Now here we can make this a reference that we could drag in the editor, but for most cases we're going to be working with the main camera, so we can simply grab it automatically. So make a start function, and in here we're going to simply set the camera transform to be on the camera.main. Alright, so there it is, we automatically capture the main camera. Now let's make an update, and in here we need to figure out how much the camera has moved. So that means we need to store the last camera moved position. So we store a vector3 for our camera position, the last camera position. Then on start we set it to where it is right now, so the transform.position, okay. And now here on our update, now we know the previous camera position, and we can find out the current camera position. So if we do some math, we have our delta movement. So just like this, we have how much the camera has moved since the previous frame. And in order to make sure that this runs after the camera has moved, we can run this on the late update instead of just update. Okay, so we can simply take this movement and add it to this background transform position. So we modified transform.position by our delta movement. And then afterwards we need to make sure to reset our last camera position to the current camera position. Alright, so just like this, we should be able to see our background correctly following the camera. Let's test. Okay, here we are now as I move, and yep, there you go, the background is correctly following the camera, so it doesn't look like there's any movement whatsoever. Alright, so far so good. Now obviously we don't want all the backgrounds to follow the camera perfectly, so here when we add our delta movement, we're going to multiply it by a certain value. So we have a certain effect multiplier, and we multiply it by our delta movement. So in this case, with 0.5, it means that this background will move half of the movement of the actual camera. So if the camera moves 10 units, this one will move 5. Let's test. Okay, here. So we have a certain effect multiplier and we multiply it by our delta movement. So in this case with 0.5, it means that this background will move half of the movement of the actual camera. So if the camera moves 10 units, this one will move 5. Let's test. Okay, here we are now as I move, and there you go, you can see that it is no longer perfectly following the camera, but lagging a bit behind. Alright, awesome, here it is, our very nice effect. So just like this, our effect is working great with a nice parallax effect both horizontally and vertically. Okay, so let's go back to the code. In here, instead of hard coding a effect multiplier, let's make it as a field. So the trees have the horizontal one. So just like this, here we have a shift the entire thing. So here we have our sprite texture. As well as the pixels per unit. Okay, so we grab our sprite from the sprite render, we grab the texture on that sprite, and then we calculate the texture unit size by dividing the width by our pixels per unit. So let's just rename this, put an X on the end to make sure this is only the unit size on the X. Then later we're going to work on the Y. So here on our late update, after we move this transform, we need to test the difference between this transform position and the current camera position. So if the difference between the camera position and this transform position, if that difference is bigger than our texture unit size, then we've moved past by more than our texture size, so we can relocate our transform and make it look seamless. So what we're going to do is modify our transform.position to be based on the camera position, and in this case keep the same Y position. Alright, so as the camera moves away, we replace it back on a new position. However, just like this, it will be exactly on top of the camera, which might not be exact, so we also need to calculate our offset position.
horizontal.
Breathe small spaces. Press firmly and watch it get to work.
So here it goes. It's a line of opera-themed soaps.
Forestry influences many different values.
Be careful what you wish for. You might just get it. Due to the ongoing Black Lives Matter riots, the constant stream of news demonizing police officers, and the intense political climate that sees even high-profile Democrats smearing and berating police, officers are resigning in large numbers. In Albuquerque, 20 members of the emergency response team have resigned from their department. Many departments are saying they're struggling to recruit new people. Applications are at an all-time low, a historical low. Some departments are saying that they are struggling to reach the amount of officers they need, and thus, in many jurisdictions, we are seeing crime skyrocket. Unfortunately for most people who actually do want the police, the media has been inundating everyone with the worst of the worst. That's the name of the game. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, and police brutality news generates clicks. So the left is actually winning on this one. The people who are in favor of defunding and abolishing the police, while not necessarily winning a political victory, are winning an implied victory. The sustained pressure campaigns, the fact that district attorneys are not prosecuting rioters, has police saying, what's the point? Why bother being a police officer if you're going to risk your life and then go to prison if you try to defend yourself? Which brings us to the Chauvin verdict. This isn't even playing a role yet. The resignations in Albuquerque came 2 days ago. That was the day, I believe, of the Chauvin verdict being read. So this news was before we even knew that Chauvin was going to be found guilty. Perhaps the trial itself, perhaps the criminal charges were enough for many officers to say, I ain't playing this game anymore. And you know what? I think it's the right move for everyone. Now the left is going to come out and they're going to say, oh, look at the right-wingers all salty, Tim Pool's all upset. No, I'm chilling. I got out of the cities. I've said to everybody, you want to get out of the cities, and these cops should not, stand for this. If the people are saying, we don't want you here, respect the wishes of the people and go. The sad reality is most people want the cops, at least according to several polls. And when we saw Minneapolis actually try to defund and abolish their police, residents went nuts. Crime was skyrocketing, and it backfired. I guess the issue is, these people who are upset when the police leave aren't doing anything right now to stand up for the police. So be it. The only result is that cops are going to leave, and I think it's completely obvious this would be the case. My advice to all of you is to move out of cities and to become big fans of the Second Amendment and the right to defend yourself. I don't live in an area with a police department anymore, so I understand those that live in cities are probably worried about this. Unfortunately, not enough people stood up and did enough, and now the cops are leaving. In Baltimore, even back in December, hundreds of officers short for their department. In places like Akron and New Jersey, they're saying they need to recruit more people. Who would want to be a cop in this climate when you will be next? When LeBron James says, you're next. I mean, that's the story, right? There were 2 black teenagers fighting. The cop decided to save the person who was about to be stabbed. And for that, LeBron James, look, he may not be known for his political rhetoric, I guess kind of is, strangely, but he's a very famous individual, blaming the officer for saving someone from a stabbing. I'm sorry, at this point, I think it should be obvious to any and all officers. It doesn't matter what you do, you will be the bad guy. And perhaps we should respect the wishes of these communities. Well, let's read what's going on with these departments. And I'm going to break down for you a lot of the latest news that shows, for better or for worse, Black Lives Matter is getting what they want. Now, these departments aren't being abolished or defunded, but they are faltering. And that is an erosion in favor of Black Lives Matter. Now, before we get started, head over to timcast.com to become a member and get access to exclusive members-only segments. Just go to timcast.com. Right up top, you'll see members area. You'll see members only. And when you click that, you can become a member and watch all these really great segments. Charlie LaDuff last night. Wow. Talk about an amazing show. You're not going to want to miss this one, and I mean it. Charlie LaDuff is amazing. He's kind of an eccentric guy, but he got real serious talking about, I'm just going to put it this way, corrupt journalism, crooked individuals, and some of the horrifying things he's seen. I can't even say them on YouTube because you will be shocked when you see it. Check it out, become a member, and don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Let's read the first story from Fox News. Officers resign from team that polices protests, tired of being managed by politics. They say, an Albuquerque police union leader explained on Monday why several officers left the emergency response team following a protest, stressing that morale is gone within the police department. Police Officer Union President Sean Willoughby also noted on Fox and Friends that officers don't feel supported and don't trust their leaders. He stressed that Albuquerque officers are tired of being managed by politics. 17 officers, 1 lieutenant, and 2 sergeants resigned from the team that handles protests following a counter-protest earlier this month, KOB4 reported. According to the media outlet, an armed man who was taunting demonstrators was detained by field officers during the protest, and at the time of his arrest, the man was not charged. Albuquerque Police Department officials reportedly reversed that decision, and an officer was placed on leave as an investigation was conducted. The outlet noted that according to the APD, there was a breakdown in the chain of command about whether charges would be filed against the armed man. A spokesperson for the Albuquerque Police Department did not immediately respond to Fox News' request for comment. However, KOB4 reported, citing a statement from the APD, that the department's chief made it clear that we cannot have a breakdown in communication during critical incidents. We have worked hard to earn back the public's trust. The statement reportedly continued, we will lose that trust if we resist accountability and culture change. I'm a big fan of police accountability. Big fan. And I suppose what the left is pulling off is what they would call a big ask. This is something that Donald Trump talked about a lot. It's where you say, hey, I'll sell you this bottle of water for $100. And when someone goes, that's insane, you say, okay, about $20. And they go, ooh, 80% off. Even though $20 for a bottle of water is nuts. The idea is the left is going to come out and say, completely dismantle and abolish police. And then everyone's going to be like, whoa, stop. Let's just reform the police. Compromise, right? They want to force everyone further to the left while acting like it's actually a compromise when the ultimate goal will be hard police reforms and a restriction of their power. I'm not entirely opposed to it. I mean, police reform, I'm all for. Police accountability, 100%. The problem? The media is lying to you. We see these videos. A woman tried to stab a teenager tried to stab another woman in Ohio. And the grifters on the left are literally defending child knife fights. You think I'm exaggerating? I'm not. I covered it yesterday. They're saying, oh, teenagers do this all the time. Please don't. Please have the police come in. You know what? I'm going to stop right there. I am of the opinion that we should respect communities when they want a change to be made. If a cop goes into a neighborhood and there's a knife fight and the cop saves someone by shooting the person with the knife about to stab the other person and the people get mad about it, the cop should not intervene. Look, I know a lot of people are saying, no, that's dumb. The cops need to save lives. That's their responsibility. Whoa. I don't need agents of the state to tell me how to live my life. Now, I personally appreciate having cops because, while I disagree with a lot of what they do, notably on Second Amendment issues and constitutional issues, I think these are things we need to reform. It's really hard to do. It's a tough spot. I don't know. I'll prefer it. If you want to have a city where you kick the cops out, that's your right. You vote for it. By all means, don't let me get in the way. If where I live, we vote for constitutional carry, I don't want the cops to come and arrest somebody for having a gun. No, we make that decision. That's our community. Fine. If they want to have a city with no cops, they voted for it. Hey, I moved out of Philly. Okay, I don't live there. I relinquish any claim to tell you how to live your life. If you live in these areas, I respect your opinion when you say we need cops. Because the reality is, you do. Now look, a lot of leftists are going to be like, cops are bad, they're all bad, all that stuff. We saw what happened when they tried to defund the police in Minneapolis. Crime skyrocketed and people were just like begging the cops to come back. Good luck. It ain't going to happen, especially not after all this. They're actually, don't get me wrong, they're actually finding new recruits for a lot of these departments, which is hilarious to me, because these cops are going to be the first in line to go to prison when they defend themselves, because they're not experienced. They're not going to know how to handle themselves, and they're going to do a lot of things wrong, and then, well, that's what's going to happen. Let's read a little bit more. They're going to say, Willoughby reportedly told the outlet that 20 officers have quit over the last 2 months from the department. Speaking on Fox and Friends on Monday, he said, there was a lack of trust with our administration. They were not supported. We have an individual that's being removed from this counter-protest for doing absolutely nothing wrong. Willoughby told host Brian Kilmeade. He didn't violate any laws. He was exercising his constitutional rights within the city of Albuquerque, and we had a sergeant taken off his job, gun and badge removed. Who wants to live under that type of scrutiny? Everything in Albuquerque is about constitutional policing unless the constitutional policing doesn't prescribe to the political ideology of whoever's in charge. That's not how officers operate. We are not a Rubik's Cube. Willoughby pointed out that being part of the emergency response team is an extracurricular activity for those officers, and that he doubts the APD will get anybody to replace these jobs. We're going to have to use field services and traditional dispatch with civil unrest from now on, he continued, stressing that he doesn't blame the officers for leaving the team at all. Who wants to take on that professional liability of being involved in these protests that just are never ending, he asked. The Albuquerque Police Department reportedly said the resignations won't impact crowd control operations in the future. So I want to make sure something is clear. In case I got something wrong, I don't know if they're quitting outright. It does say they resigned. My assumption is they're resigning from the department. But if he's saying it's extracurricular, maybe I was wrong, so I'll put that correction right here. It's possible they're staying on as regular cops, but not in the emergency response team. Regardless of this, the resignations are real across the board. We are seeing a lot of resignations and a struggle to bring on enough officers. This story from today: Philadelphia police shortage developing into very real concern, FOP president says. This is from ABC 6. In Philadelphia, police are having trouble finding new recruits to join the force, even as officials say the department is severely understaffed. FOP Lodge president John McNesby says it's kind of like a perfect storm developing. The eye of the storm revolves around several issues, including a dramatic rise in the number of Philadelphia police officers filing for retirement, a diminishing pool of young people who even want to be a big city cop, and the suspension of new officer training because of the pandemic. So again, pandemic plays a role, and retirements play a role as well. Under normal circumstances, there would be dozens of new recruits coming in for training every 3 months. Now, though the most recent class graduated last December, and the next one isn't expected to begin until next month. And you got to remember that once you go into the academy, it takes you about 10 months to finish. So we're not looking at putting any boots on the ground until maybe next spring, a year. Okay, hold on. You're going to be saying, hey, Tim, they're talking about retirements and the pandemic and saying they're just trying to find people to hire. Why are they struggling? Why do people not want to be big city cops? I think you need only look at what that officer just said. It is due to the political climate, probably well, maybe not exclusively, but I think to a great degree. He says, then you throw in the recent changes to the department's residency rules mandating all police trainees live in Philadelphia before they enter the academy. Nobody is going to move to Philadelphia hoping they get a job. They want to make sure they secure employment, then move in, he said. Richard Vona, director of the Bucks County Police Training Center, said all of these issues are also inspiring younger officers from the city to seek employment in the suburbs, and not just from Philadelphia. His spring testing dates are filling quickly. The application has only been open for a week, but I do see a number of officers from some bigger cities like New York and Philadelphia. I'm sorry, man. Look at this what he says. Coupled with the pandemic in the future, getting classes in and getting them through the academy, we're at dangerously low levels. Could it possibly be that nobody wants to be a cop in a city where they're going to go to prison? Yes, I think that's fair to say. And here we go. I don't just make these things up. This is from ABC 6, okay? The other story is ABC 6 Philadelphia. This one's from ABC 6 Rhode Island. Different ABC 6. Is it really? That's how it works? That's ridiculous. Anyway, national brutality cases hurting police recruitment, locally officials say. Don't come to me and be like, people just want to live in the suburbs for some reason. It must be the pandemic. Okay, fine. I'll say yes. I will give you that one to a certain degree. But come on. We know the national brutality cases are hurting police recruitment. Here's what they report. Attleboro, Massachusetts. Some local police departments said they've seen double-digit drops in recruitment and increases in early retirements. New Bedford Police Chief Joseph Cordero told ABC 6 the department has seen a noticeable drop for the last 5 years. Chief Cordero says the drop nears 30%. All they're seeing in their news feeds is negative police behavior. It's just been such a derogatory negative tone on the police. In Attleboro, Mayor Paul Heroux says he's seen the drop in recruits and an increase in early retirements because they look at the job as just being a high liability to them and their family. To these officers, I want to give you a round of applause. For one, you are standing up for yourselves, for your own dignity and your rights, and I respect it when people stand up for themselves. Two, whether it's intentional or not, you are standing up when people say, we don't want you here and we hate you, and you're saying, then so be it. I look at that as respecting the rights of the people and what they ask for. Now listen, you got people who want cops, you got people who don't want cops. The people who want cops aren't saying anything because they got cops. The people who don't want cops are burning things down because they don't want cops. Well, Sometimes you got to fight for what you have because some people want to take it away. And you don't know what you got till it's gone. If people won't support the police, they will resign because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. I respect these officers for doing it. If the left is saying we don't want cops, and they're rioting, and the politicians and the Democrats and the president and all these people are in agreement with them, and the cops say, I know when I'm not wanted, I respect that tremendously. If they're saying abolish the police, and the cop says, okay, let me retire, I'll take mine and go, I respect it 100%. They say, now city and police officials are focusing on recruiting drives and improvements within their departments. It's becoming increasingly unpopular to be a police officer, but that's why we need to make sure our officers act justly, make sure they follow the law, make sure they're well trained. That is 100% true. I ain't gonna cry over a cop that kills somebody unjustly and goes to prison. You know that dude, what was it, in South Carolina? He shot a guy in the back like several times. That guy deserves to go to prison. And I haven't met a conservative who thinks otherwise. Isn't it funny how that works? Everybody wants police accountability. The issue is, when the left takes it too far and they riot and burn things down, nobody wants that either. We want accountability for everybody, but we're not getting accountability from these extremists on the left. Well, now the cops are all leaving, and it's going to get bad, but let's read more. Officials say the recruitment and early retirement issues have not impacted response times, but have resulted in more overtime and additional stresses for officers. That can impact performance, even if you're working that many hours. Some Massachusetts police and city officials tell ABC6 they would prefer more control over their own recruitment rather than having to go through the state. I'm warning you, to all these officers, if we are at a point where they're not hiring anymore because nobody wants to be a cop, they are making you work extra hours. You are getting stressed. You are not performing to your best. How long until you encounter a tough spot? How long is it until someone scares you, almost drawing a weapon, and you shoot them, and you go to prison? Your local leaders will not protect you. They will sell you out in 2 seconds. That's why I respect the cops standing up and saying no. 100%. Now, Albuquerque has cadets to fill the void after a dozen APD officers resign from emergency response team. More power to you. I'm all about you choosing to do what you want to do. I will say, these cadets must be a special kind of dumb. Very dumb people. Sorry, it's true. There's an old thing about New York where apparently they wouldn't hire cops if their IQ was too high or whatever. Now, I don't know if that's true. Apparently it is. There's like a lawsuit. But come on, man. Derek Chauvin was a cop for like a decade. Kim Potter, 26 years. Tragedies happen. They're asking you as an officer to go into the fray, into a conflict, and not make a single mistake. Oh, hold on. You might even not make a mistake. They'll still demonize you. They're asking you to take a job, and then you could find yourself facing a jury on murder charges. Look, they're isolated incidents, let's be honest. I think it's like only a dozen or so cops have actually been convicted, if that, in like the past several years, or even like it's been a long time. They don't convict cops all that often. But the political climate is such that there will be riots. Would you like to be the sacrifice at the top of the hill where they put you on the stone block and say it's your blood to be spilled, figuratively? If you want to do that, by all means. Here's the story from KRQE. Albuquerque police say its academy cadets will now be trained to work on the department's emergency response team, tasked with responding to mass gatherings like protests and rallies. The new decision comes after roughly 20 APD officers resigned from one unit following a recent protest at Civic Plaza. The Plaza protest drew hundreds of people chanting against white supremacy, came in response to a wave of expected White Lives Matter rallies. In response to the recent ERT resignations, APD Communications Director Gilbert Gallegos said those slots are not being filled. It's exactly what that dude said before, remember? They're not going to be able to fill it. He says the department currently has 51 ERT members, more than what APD says it had 1 year ago before the 2020 protests. The 2020 protests emerged, they're riots. New police academy cadets are now going to be trained to serve on the emergency response team for their first year as sworn officers, Gallegos said in an email sent to KRQE. Field units will be available to assist if needed. Please think about what this means. The riots aren't going to stop, and they're going to be sending out inexperienced police officers. That's going to get bad. That's going to get bad. Sorry, it is. Look, if they're going to throw veterans under the bus, if even a veteran cop is not going to be able to handle these situations, I don't think cops are doctors. I don't think they're psychologists. I don't think they're marksmen. I don't think they're black belt Brazilian jiu-jitsu masters or whatever. That means there's going to be issues where they try their best and it's not good enough and someone gets hurt. Well, now, these inexperienced people with even less capabilities, I think it's very likely I think we'll see it won't take too long before we get some Albuquerque cadets facing the chopping block. Being led away in chains, in a perp walk, in an orange jumpsuit. But that's their choice. Like, by all means, do what you got to do. Over in New Jersey, they're seeking state police recruits, but applications are historically low. I mean, how many times do we got to see a story like this? Isn't it kind of obvious to you guys right now what's happening? Congratulations to Black Lives Matter. I mean that sincerely. They wanted to abolish and defund the police. They're getting it. Awesome. The politicians wanted this. I think it's fair to say local residents don't. Check it out. Over in Akron. Akron police hiring 50 new officers looking for diverse candidates. All right, that's cool. They're looking to hire 50 new officers. What does that really mean? We can change the framing. Akron feels that they need more police. Why is that? I wonder. Maybe an increase in crime? Maybe they're short for the year. My favorite thing, though, check this out. They say in 2019, Akron Police reintroduced its academy and started paying cadets $28.30 an hour with benefits. The maximum age was raised from 35 to 40, which Caprez says was done to attract both diverse candidates and military veterans. Yeah, 2019 we were still seeing a lot of protests, not nearly as bad as 2020. But perhaps it's because they're struggling to recruit. Perhaps the issues of being a cop are extend beyond these past few years. I think it's fair to say. I mean, we've seen street battles and riots for some time now. Perhaps it's just not good enough to be a cop. It's not worth the animosity, the anger. Raising the age pool just means look. With all due respect, I'm not trying to be mean, but they're desperately searching for people willing to be cops. Something is going on in it. I mentioned this in a previous segment, but if you're listening on the podcast, you'll hear this in a minute. 500 officers short, Baltimore City FOP says. More officers quit than hired in 2 years. 500! This is from December, well before the Chauvin verdict. Kimberly Klasick, who you may know, who ran for office in Baltimore, says the number is now 700 officers short. You know what that means? Don't take my word for it. I'm going to show you. This is from February 14th. Minneapolis push to defund police backfires after residents complain of slow response times, increase in crime. The city council on Friday voted unanimously to approve $6.4 million in additional funding for the police department. Wow. They just jammed a bunch of money back into funding the police, which they should have done in the first place. It's an old story, but I want to give you some context. Minneapolis on Friday backtracked on its initial plan to defund the city's police department in the wake of George Floyd's death. The city council voted for $6.4 million. The department says it has only 638 officers available to work, roughly 200 fewer than usual. An unprecedented number of officers quit or went on extended medical leave after Floyd's death and the unrest that followed. I want to applaud these officers for standing up for themselves. The local leaders have sold you out, and now they see exactly what they will reap. They said the cops are bad and need to be reformed. Some said, there's nothing to do. The police department itself is racist and must be abolished. And now they're scared. Now they're freaking out over it. So when these leftists come in and say, Tim only wants the cops to leave to teach people a lesson. No. I fully respect the will of the people when they don't want cops. I live in an area without cops. I live in a rural area. I am allowed to own weapons to defend myself. I accept that responsibility. I like that responsibility, and I don't need to call the police for most things. When you're in a city, you can't defend yourself. Seriously, like in Illinois, you can't even have a stick. You gotta call the cops. Out here, you actually have a right to defend yourself. I respect that. If you live in the city and you're like, yo, we don't want cops here, hey man, you vote for it, you get what you deserve. Now, I'm of the opinion, we're going to see more of this. With new recruit classes, the city anticipates it will have 674 officers by the end of the year, with another 28 in the hiring process. Days before the city council vote, Mayor Jacob Frey and Police Chief Madaria Arredondo, promised to update the application process for police recruits to include questions about whether they've lived in Minneapolis, have degrees in criminology, social work, psychology, or counseling, and whether they volunteer or participate in programs such as the Police Activities League. Yes, that's right. A college graduate would like to take a $30,000 a year job. Ain't that something? Meanwhile, 3 city council members have proposed replacing the police department with a public safety department that would include law enforcement and other services. They say, yet for Minneapolis, a coalition of local community groups is also collecting signatures to try and get a similar proposal on the November ballot. Do it to it, man. I'm all about it. If Minneapolis wants to replace their cops with social workers, dude, I am legit 100% for that. If you live in Minneapolis, if you're not for that, I will go vote. I support you in your opinion, but I'm telling you this right now. The people who don't want cops are screaming and yelling and supported by the people who get elected. The people who want cops, I guess, aren't saying anything, and then they're voting for the people who want to get rid of the cops. Who am I to judge? Who am I to come to your city and tell you how to live? I ain't going to do that. We can sit back and we can gloat. And we can be like, oh, you see what happens in Minneapolis. But hey, man, that's your call. 100%. I put it this way. I live in an area where you're allowed to have guns. And, you're actually allowed to constitutionally carry, as it were, where I live. So you probably might know where I live. If somebody has a weapon and there's a shooting or whatever, and it's a tragedy, it's an accident, I accept that as the ramifications of freedom. It's not easy. We don't want it to happen, but I understand that sometimes accidents do happen. I understand that if people are worried and they're defending themselves, they got to be responsible for what happens when they fire that weapon. I think people in New York should have that same right. I don't want someone to tell me how to live. I don't want people from the big cities voting for the laws where I live to be changed. That's why I'm not a fan of Joe Biden and his gun control. I'm going to say the same thing. I lived in the Philly area. I left. I now absolve myself of any right to claim they should live a certain way within reason. We as Americans have to respect certain policies, certain rights, and certain responsibilities, because what happens if people in other areas like Philadelphia start moving to places where I live and then voting where I live and making things worse? So I do recognize we want these cities to function. We don't want them to fall apart. This is balanced. Libertarian versus authoritarianism. People in these big cities want social workers. They can have it. You get people like LeBron James, and I'm going to tell you something tragic, all right? You ready for some tragedy? LeBron James claims his words have been twisted to create more racism after he posted "You're next" threat to a cop who shot Ma'Khia Bryant. We saw the other day, many people on the left were defending teenager knife fights. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen. But don't you get it? They want it. There's a breaking news story right now where a 38-year-old woman ran up to her ex-lover and put a bullet, put a bullet in this person's head. No cop intervened. No national outrage. No Black Lives Matter marches. Nobody cared. I care. I don't like seeing that. I don't want people to live that way. But if they don't want law enforcement there, and they're not going to complain about it, why am I? Why are you? Look, there's another story. I don't want to pull it up. It's just nightmarish. 13-year-old girl, I think it was charged with stabbing someone to death. Could have been this Ma'Khia Bryant did the same thing. When the police intervened in the Ma'Khia Bryant incident, the locals yelled at the police, said, "Why did you do that?" Yeah, why did you do that? Let me tell you guys something. A cop comes into a neighborhood, they're fighting, this woman's got a knife. The other person doesn't. The cop intervenes and they say, "Why did you do that?" There's a national outrage. Democrats start tweeting saying it's a tragedy, it shouldn't have happened. In New York City, a woman runs up to another woman, puts a bullet in her head. No one cares. I do. But I'm not going to complain about the laws they vote for and the things they want. Clearly, Black Lives Matter doesn't care about this. I'm not going to force them to care about it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, why don't you care more? I'm going to be like, people don't care about a lot of things. So if they want it, cops should stop answering these calls. You know what, man? These cops are literally getting a call where it's like, please come, people are fighting. And they're like, I know nobody wants me there. I know they're going to get mad at me if I go there. I know I likely will go to prison if I intervene. I'm going to go there anyway. Why? They don't protest when they fight each other. this is the way they want it. I'm not trying to be mean or disparaging. I'm trying to respect their wishes as a community to say, get the police out of here. If you live somewhere and you say no cops, then the cops should respect that. If you want to have retribution killings and gang violence and you vote for that, far be it from me to tell you how to live if I don't live there. Granted, if you come to my neighborhood, then you should respect how we live as well. I'll respect the rules you want. Please respect the rules I want where I live. I am trying to say this with the utmost sincerity. I respect Black Lives Matter in this community saying they don't want police. Cops should stop going into these places when people ask them not to. It's plain and simple. Why is a cop going into a poor neighborhood, going into a black neighborhood, where people have asked them not to, and they're like, I'm going to do it anyway. It's the law. Don't people have a right to their own neighborhoods? If someone leaves that neighborhood and goes and commits a crime somewhere else, the cops can enforce and arrest this person. But don't go to someone's house where they're telling you not to. I don't think police should just assume they're, the heroes who are entitled to go wherever they want and do whatever they want because they're the good guys. I just don't see it that way. I'll be honest with you guys. I understand that people do want police. They do. But if they're not going to stand up and ask for it, this is what's going to happen. We're not getting stories of national outrage when people in their own communities are hurting or killing each other because these groups don't care about that. So what do they care about? They don't want the cops to do it. You got it. I agree with you. I think more conservatives should get on board with that, and I respect these officers for leaving. There are areas where we would welcome these officers. All these Albuquerque officers, you come to my neighborhood, people will pat you on the back, clap for you. They'll buy you pizza, and they'll say, thanks for coming. We thank you for your sacrifices. And if these communities don't want you there, stop going there. It's only going to get worse. The Chauvin verdict will have a serious impact. But I think everyone's going to get what they want in the long run. There are people who live in these cities who want the cops. I get it, but you're in the minority. If you're the only one standing up and no one else is, you're in the minority. You might think most people tell the pollsters, we want cops, but they're not willing to do anything to maintain that. I say this, actions speak louder than words. You can tell me you want $1 million, but you ain't willing to roll up your sleeves and go work for it. I don't believe you. If you support the cops, you speak out in defense of them, well, those are words. You get out, you go to a city council meeting and you say, please don't do this. Those are actions. Still just words, but actions do speak louder, so add some actions to your words. I guess we can only sit back and see how this unfolds in the following months and years. So I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 8 p.m. over at youtube.com/TimcastIRL. Thanks for hanging out. We will see you all then.
1 in 7 Canadians live with food insecurity.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Dark Horse Podcast live stream Q&A where cats are disappointed that they are not getting cream this week. But
Yes,
we had an
I'm actually
incident
changed the
last week in
password.
which a cat nearly threw up on camera and nobody needs that. So we are retooling our cat.
Everyone loses because of the behavior of one bad cat.
Yeah, I don't really blame him. But
No, I don't, but it's sort of apropos.
Yep.
The other cats are like, what? We did nothing wrong. We've looked forward to our treats. What is going on here?
What? All right. Well.
Yeah. Tons of good questions this week, guys. And as always, we will pick up a few of them next week, but we're not going to be able to get through as many of these as I would like. So we're just going to jump right into it, beginning with just a couple from last week. I see posts on social media making the claim that puberty blockers are completely reversible. This doesn't seem possible, but is there data on this? I do not have time to go look to see actually what the state of the literature is, but I can guarantee you, regardless of whether there's data sets or not, that puberty blockers are not completely reversible. I know it, for sure. 100%.
Oh, that's a hard
They
one.
can't be. 100%.
I
It
like
can't be
mango.
because development proceeds down different pathways based on what hormones are present in your blood. And so that period of time in which you have blocked the hormones that would be there or added hormones that wouldn't have been there will...
Oh, what?
Two different
Don't
things.
throw it
We're
at me.
just talking about puberty blockers
Just
here.
put it,
I'm
put
just
it in the
saying, in
kitchen.
either case, the point is there's a developmental period
You
in
don't
which
put it in
there
the
will be
kitchen yet.
effects that are irreversible that takes place. So, it's a logical circle.
Yeah. Yes. And I have a lot more to say on this. Maybe we just
Yeah, I'm
leave it at that.
fine. Yeah. Okay.
If everything is, and unfortunately, you can't wield that as a bludgeon because, like, two evolutionary biologists said so, as opposed to here's the paper. But there's no way that this is going to.
As if here's the paper was actually proof of something.
Right. If everything is a subjective sociolinguistic construct, how can postmodern leftists claim with a straight face that their ideas are any more or less correct than others? I've never seen a postmodern leftist with a straight face.
I don't know what that means.
Just trying to slam postmodern leftists without actually saying anything, so they can't be like, "Did you hear what she said about us?"
Right. No,
We
but
said we had it. What?
This person makes a good point. I think many of us have realized this, and in fact,
Right.
if you look inside of the literature of postmodernism, you will find that Derrida and Foucault, I believe it is Derrida and Foucault, each make this point, that effectively their point is this is a weapon. Their point is not that this is logically consistent, but this is used to destroy logical consistency in order to accomplish something. And
As they never said, more power to us.
quietly,
Yes.
to themselves. But yeah, the very logical inconsistency you point to is there, and actually the degree of logical inconsistency across this entire landscape is so amazing once you begin to scrutinize things and try to take two ideas expressed in two different paragraphs and see how they live together.
Yep.
So anyway, that tells you the tale. These are not logical people attempting to accomplish something logical, even though they swear that they are.
Right. And people never lie. Do you think... Wait, what happened? Okay. Do you think the DMT being such a good fit for our receptors is an adaptation or just a coincidence?
It's not a coincidence.
Yeah.
I would say basically you have creatures using, so basically you have hormones and neurotransmitters are molecular signals that signal from one place to another, neurotransmitters over very short distances, hormones over long distances. But in any case, the lock and key nature of these things allows messages to be transmitted. The messages can be altered, and the creatures that create hallucinogens often create them to disrupt the systems that are in communication with themselves, triggering anomalous thought patterns. So anyway, no, it's an evolution. It's an adaptation in the sense that either you built a molecule to send a message that is meaningful, or some other creature has built a molecule to disrupt the meaningful processing of messages for two different reasons.
So I suspect, actually, did you say, I don't actually know enough about DMT. What's it from?
I believe there are several things that produce DMT.
Okay. Is it one of the toad
components?
ones?
I believe there's a toad.
Yeah, okay.
Isn't it also one of the components in ayahuasca?
Yeah, in which case it's one of a bunch of vines, or so.
Right.
Okay, so I suspect then that the question is what I suspect, I may be wrong, but what the person was actually asking is not on the toad or the vine end, but on the human end, right? So clear 100% an adaptation on the part of the organisms producing it, that it disrupts us. And I guess the answer therefore is that that it has to be.
It's like
this.
this.
I don't know how to spell it out.
If, let's say that your enemy figures out how to deploy a robot that pulls your accelerator pedal to the floor unexpectedly in your car, right? This works. It's not great,
Excellent.
but go with me. All right.
I'm going.
So your enemy has built this robot. The robot is an adaptation on the part of your enemy who's trying to hurt you by getting you to do something that you don't mean to do, accelerate when you don't want to, right? The accelerator is itself an adaptation for modulating the speed of your car to make it useful. And the point is, your enemy being hostile to you takes an adaptation that you yourself use to do productive things and causes you to harm yourself by triggering it when you don't expect it. So you've got a system that processes information with neurotransmitters, and then you've got a lot of things out there that, let's say that you decide, oh, that plant looks delicious, and you start to munch on the plant. The plant's interest is to get you not only to stop eating the plant, but to remember not to eat the plant in the future. And one way of doing that is to take your thought process, which is normally well regulated and lets you know what's going on, and confuse it. So it's sort of like that.
Yeah. Again, something to talk about more. And actually, we do spend a little bit of time on entheogens in our book as well. How do we? Oh, this is from the Discord this week. How do we overcome the understandable distrust of poor and disadvantaged communities towards relatively well-off intellectuals such as yourselves, when cautioning against the dangers of radical societal change? It could be easy for them to misinterpret it as you defending the status quo and your own relative privilege at their expense.
Yep.
That's a good question.
Well, I would say, this is why we frequently talk about the fact that actually even just, I hesitate to say objectively, but the political compass test is objective in one sense, right? The questions don't know who is being asked them,
right?
And they render a judgment across any set of answers. And the point is, look, yes, if we were trying to prevent the system from being changed, there are two reasons that we could be trying to prevent it from being changed. Either because we think change will make the system worse, or because we think change puts us at advantage and we'd like to protect that advantage. But that's not the argument we're making, right? As progressives, we are both interested in positive change, and, you don't have to believe us, we could be lying, but assuming we're not lying, if you ask us what system we would like to see emerge, one that is a great deal fairer than the one we've got. And actually, I think you and I would both agree that the system, while it does provide an awful lot of opportunity and a lot of it generates a lot of wealth, that the opportunities in it are very unfairly distributed. And, the fact that the zip code you're born into has a lot to say about what your, the ceiling of success that you are likely to run into might be, tells you that the system is not where it needs to go. And so, you can tell very clearly that we're not defending the status quo, because we're not advocating for the status quo, but we are advocating, don't make it worse. The fact that the status quo is imperfect is not an argument for destroying it, because it is far more perfect than the alternative chosen at random. So something like that. Yes, we would like to see a system that is better. What does better mean? It means produces more wealth, more fairly distributed, and is less destructive of long-term well-being.
Yep.
And assuming we're telling the truth about that, then it isn't the status quo that we're after.
Good. Okay, we have a number of comments and questions about Portland. And this first one is a question, and there are a number of questions in here, but I'm going to read the first one, we're going to talk to it, and then speak to it, and then I'm going to read just a bunch of them so that we get through them, and then we can riff a little bit on what we hear here.
Sure.
Okay, so this first one is, you speak as if the set of cleanup volunteers and the set of rioters are disjoint. How much overlap is there? What does it mean if the overlap is significant? That would be fascinating if it was actually the same people, and that would change what I think is going on a lot, but I see no evidence at all that there is any overlap. In fact, I think I counted 11 different volunteers that we saw today. And one of the last two, as we were walking back to our car, was actually wearing a Black Lives Matter t-shirt, and I commented to you.
Yep.
I said, wow, that's a level... Oh, there's a spider on the table crawling up your arm.
Oh my God.
It's probably in your shirt now.
I'm cool.
Oh,
with
thank
I
you.
like spiders.
You heard me this morning.
It's on my sleeve, though. We're good. Let me know if you see it again.
I'm the one wearing loose pants. I'm gonna curl up my leg.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I do take after my mother.
Here,
My
so
dad
maybe it's
is
done with
tone
me.
deaf, can't
Okay.
sing the word worth it, but my
There's
mom is
someone. One of
really
these
good at
volunteers was
singing.
wearing a Black Lives Matter
I
t-shirt,
think,
and I said to you,
growing
that
up
is
in
a
the church and
a
going to
remarkable
church and
level
singing
of
every
cognitive
week helped with
dissonance.
that.
To be here cleaning up from the riots and then be proclaiming something that, really, I don't feel like any of the stuff that's going on at the literal rioting and looting level in Portland right now is actually Black Lives Matter. It's completely tightly joined, and it's confused. The anarchists and the looters and the vandals and everything have confused people and want that to be their branding, but I don't think it mostly is. But still, to be like, oh, I'm for this thing that claims to be doing this destruction, and now I'm out here cleaning out the destruction, seems like a level of confusion that I wouldn't normally expect. But really, no one else that I saw, was wearing any of the branding, but also, these mostly were either young, like, high school and, like, cleanly coiffed and sort of almost like preppily dressed, if that's even a thing anymore, like high schooler and college-age kids. And then, like, middle-aged, there were a couple of middle-aged Asian women, and it's not the same people who are out there.
Yeah,
we weren't out there last night, but we've been out there in other times, and it was totally different from the people who were hanging out outside their tents, feeling, being however they're being. Like, it's not them either who's doing any of the cleanup. I don't know if they were involved in the rioting either.
Zero reason to expect overlap.
Yeah.
I do wonder, given your point about who was doing cleanup, if something has caused those with a public service requirement in high school or something to end up.
There were two different sets of t-shirts that I saw on the volunteers, as if there are two different organizations, NGOs of some sort, non-governmental organizations of some sort, who were sending out people to clean up.
Yeah.
The younger people, I don't remember, I'm going to have the pictures, but I don't remember offhand. I think they were wearing the one type of shirt, and then a bunch of the other people wearing something else. So there might be...
Yeah. I will say,
there might be that.
One of the things, I didn't capture it this morning, but one of the things that disturbs me most about the wanton destruction is how frequently things like trash cans are destroyed. And I think the point is, the instinct is to turn Portland into a mess. Mm-hmm. It is completely antithetical to the impulse to clean up after the mess, right? So the idea, anybody who likes Portland to be a nice place wants there to be trash cans that get emptied, because then there isn't trash all over the place. So, do you want homeless people to have a better quality of life? Trash cans contribute to that.
Yes.
Right? So, there's just no argument that this is complex. These are people who just see structure as antithetical and have set about destroying it, and those who would set about cleaning it up, whatever their impulse, it is different.
Yeah. So just a few comments here, and several of them will riff. One person says, I went downtown for the first time in over a year, and my heart broke because I saw what they've done to my city. It's childlike, misdirected anger.
Yep.
I saw your street photos and felt I was watching guilty Portland parents cleaning up after their poorly raised and riotous offspring. Are they enablers? If a rioter breaks a window in the forest and no one is around to fear it, are all cops still bastards?
That is philosophical.
Portland might not have all its ducks in a row, but its cats better get in line. This is a little worrying. I just wanted everyone to be aware that the insanity on the left has started screenshotting super chats and using it as a weapon against the talent. I don't know what the evidence for that is, but that's not good.
I don't even know what that would mean, but it doesn't sound good.
Yeah, I mean, I see.
Oh, I get it.
I see very little in our super chats that are bad, but
okay, got it.
Please start a movement to stop cleaning up after riots so people deal with the consequences. Merci, love you. Former story time here. I'm not sure what story time is. And then 2 more, and then we'll talk about any of these we feel like talking about. I appreciate your covering the riots in downtown PDX, Portland. As a resident of downtown, I find that most Portlanders are willfully, ignorant of what is really going on in our city. Yeah, I think so. One more. Why does the left media and Black Lives Matter martyr men who have been criminally violent towards women and then never mention the charges? And that's, a little bit different, and so let's definitely get to that one. But anything from all of those interesting and diverse comments about Portland, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about it, and I always appreciate hearing from people who are well familiar with Portland who are here.
Yeah.
And, we actually... Was it like 4 or 5 people that recognized us when we were down there today? And that was intriguing, of course. People who are interested in what's happening to Portland who live here are likely to have gone down and likely, right? So, it's certainly not a random sampling, but...
No, but when we moved here, so getting recognized as a phenomenon of life, pretty rare, but Portland was the place it used to happen least when we moved here, least of anywhere we traveled. And so I do think people are tuning in more locally, which is great. The issue of people not really knowing what's going on in Portland, even people who live here, is, I think, huge. And it's not an accident.
Yeah.
Part of it is COVID has meant that people who might be downtown more frequently don't go. But there has been a concerted effort, which I've watched on the Portland subreddit, to portray reports of mayhem as false, as, slanderous.
Yeah.
And they're not, right? The mayhem is real. And in any case, there's also an instinct to look away, right? For those, especially people who initially were excited about Black Lives Matter because they didn't read the fine print, right? Those people have been rationalizing ever crazier, ever more disconnected behavior, and it does result in this sense of like, why are we not, why is Andy Ngo the source of information on what's going on with the rioters, right? Now, I like Andy quite a bit, but the point is everybody should be fascinated by what's happening in a major American city, and instead the press is complicit in not reporting it. And so what we have is...
So you don't mean, why is Andy Ngo doing this? Like, why aren't there 20 Andy Ngos?
Right.
So that we can get, we literally, our 17-year-old son's friend happens to be there last night, and we're showing video from him, why is that where we're getting video? Why isn't there actually journalism being done?
Right, there's no journal, and in fact, I went
because we're not journalists. We're not pretending to be journalists.
Right, it's not our job. But but the fact is, there is a journalistic vacuum surrounding what's taking place, and what is reported in such strange ways, right? So, I went looking for information on the mural that was painted on the Apple Store, because I wanted to make sure that Apple hadn't commissioned it, which I was sure they hadn't, but I wanted to make certain.
Yeah.
And if you look at the reports, they're deliberately ambiguous, right? This person chose to effectively graffiti the wall that Apple had put up to cover the broken windows. Now, it happens they did an artistically cogent job.
Right.
But that shouldn't matter. The point was, maybe we decide that we like this mural, but the point is somebody still decided to violate the law and put up a mural that spoke to their beliefs and not our beliefs,
Right.
not Apple's belief, right? They chose to spray paint a wall. And anyway, in the reports, you have to read really carefully to figure out what actually happened, how that mural ended up there. So anyway, yes, there's a completely bizarre field of distortion around all the stories.
I mean, probably the people who are in or around Portland who are watching this have done this, but I actually encourage people to spend time downtown in particular. We haven't gone back at night since the regular riots stopped. I just went down maybe a couple times, and I think you went down 1 or 2 times more than that. But I have gone downtown many, many times in the daytime. And depending on if something just happened the last night, I may park up actually at the Japanese Garden, which is a fair ways away, and walk down, just so I don't have to worry about, is my car going to be vandalized, by the time I get back to it. And it's always changing, and it's fascinating every time. It's an education every time. The number of, for a while there in the end of the summer, if I got downtown by between 9 and 10:30 in the morning, I always saw shopkeepers out on the street cleaning up the mess from the night before. And it's not that shopkeepers don't normally make sure to keep the sidewalks in front of their stores particularly clean, but this was a different level of cleanup that they were being required to do effectively in order to present a welcoming storefront that really should not have fallen on them. Right, especially in these times when so much has already fallen on small businesses. And I will say, I hate this trope. I've always hated it since long before the pseudo left has been using it. But I'm just so tired. I just can't do anything. I'm just so tired. Most people use this and then stop doing all the stupid things you're doing and get some rest, and then do the things that you actually want to do and stop using this as an excuse. Right now, people are legitimately exhausted because of COVID. People are legitimately exhausted, and I do think that there are some number of people who, if they went downtown and they saw it, they would know something different than what they currently know, but they just cannot bring themselves to, and it is about 13 months of unprecedented pandemic horribleness at all levels.
Well, I think there's an added factor. I've always been struck by the odd phenomenon of being embarrassed on someone else's behalf. Right? When you see somebody do something embarrassing and you feel embarrassment on their behalf, and your instinct is to kind of obscure what they're doing, and and I have the sense that this is so, because
we believe in the dignity of human beings at some level,
right? And this is shameful, right? As a Portlander, I want to be proud of Portland, and there's a lot that's marvelous here, but I'm ashamed of what Portland is doing. I'm ashamed that Portland is allowing this to happen,
right?
And so I think many people who don't have our role are looking away because it makes it less bad, except it doesn't. What it means is that actually they're getting hoodwinked, that you've got a lot of people who are basically just misanthropic, and to allow the misanthropes to rule, to create a bailout fund and all of this. It'd be hard if you looked at what they're doing, if you looked at what they spray paint on the walls, right? It's hard to imagine what would move you to want them bailed out.
Right.
Right? I want them to suffer enough that they stop.
Yeah. They're advocating murder.
Yes, they're openly advocating murder with a literal smiley face.
Yeah.
Right? So.
And so what finally on this topic, at least for this set of questions, why do we see the martyring of men who have actually been engaged in violence against women? I feel like we've talked about this a little bit. Certainly we have, but I think we've talked about it some on air before. And this is one of the things for me that just sort of tears the facade off.
Yeah.
It's you don't care about women,
right?
You don't care about fill in the blank. You don't care about any number of these things that you say you care about, unless it serves your particular goal in the moment, and then you can make a claim that that's what you care about. But no, it's true that there have been a number of men who have died at the hands of police, who have been separately engaged in criminal violence against women, and there was one New York Times front page story, I think, which just spun the story of this guy. I can't remember any of this because I don't know which story it was. But just buried what should have been the lead, which was actually here this person had been criminally violent.
Just the guy who...
I don't remember.
Okay, well, we'll stay away from it.
Yeah.
The particulars. I think I know which story you're talking about. And yes, the contrast between the actual story of the individual and the valorized version of the story that was presented to the public was amazing.
We kind of hate, there are wrongful deaths at the hands of police, for sure. We can stand against that strongly and fiercely. Why would we valorize criminal behavior?
Well,
why would we do that?
So I want to spin it a little bit.
Okay.
Or not spin. I want to
twist
look at it differently.
Turn it something.
Here's the problem, and Eric has done a thing where he's called the phenomenon optical lynchings, where basically the point is if something happens that can be portrayed as the equivalent of a lynching, then it is grabbed onto, irrespective of whether the facts actually add up, right? And so if it looks like a cop has murdered somebody, then that's good enough, because what we're really looking for is something symbolic. We're not looking for a factual case. The point, though, is in a world where you've got people, let's say that they earnestly believe that police-based, racially motivated injustice at the hands of police is a rampant problem, right? They are looking for examples to point out what we all know is taking place. And the point is, how many of these examples have to turn out to be not at all the way they were portrayed for us to conclude the obvious thing, which is that the case in which a truly innocent person, a truly unarmed person, is gunned down in cold blood, right, is actually rare, right? And so I guess
of those cases, the number of those cases that have a racial component is more rare.
Right. So I think the point is the question is actually pointing at the elephant in the room, which is it is the rarity of cases that are truly clean and in which there is no ambiguity like this that causes the cases which are so compromised by the behavior of the individual who's being valorized to be so prominent.
Yeah, I mean, we probably don't want to spend a lot of time here. Yeah, there's a messiness here, of course, because I'm reminded in that argument of an argument that it's hard to bring a rape case against a guy if his victim wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
Right. If she, especially if she was a sex worker, but if she simply, had a lot of hookups, if she, like all of these things, right? And the fact is that rape should be rape, with the understanding that a whole lot of things are being called rape that aren't actually rape. But rape is rape, and it shouldn't matter whether how the rest of the world views you and whether or not that should have happened to you.
Well, I mean, I agree with your point, but I think the thing is there's a difference between somebody whose record is imperfect, in which case I do think it is fair to ask the question, what disadvantages resulted in the person's criminal behavior. On the other hand, rape is a special crime, right? Abuse against an individual, right? Sexual assault against women is a crime against an individual.
Yeah.
And the point is that if the allegations are true, then the point is, okay, this person you're valorizing actually harmed somebody egregiously, and they had a choice. It wasn't that they stole to feed a family. They actually engaged in sexual violence against an individual human. They don't deserve to be valorized. This is a kind of crime for which there is no excuse.
Yeah, so it doesn't justify police violence, but there's certainly no excuse for valorization of the individual.
Right,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Happy birthday, Zach. Change of subject. Also, many thanks to Zach for clarifying my question about right to repair from the 30th Q&A livestream. So, Zach, you may know what he's talking about there. All right. Change of pace here. What are we at time-wise, Zach? Okay, so we got a ton more great questions, so we're going to read at least a few more of them before switching to this hour's questions. People who have been fully vaccinated can still spread the virus? ? True? Are there other examples of this outside of COVID? It seems like more scare tactics. So this is something just got stated today, right? Was it Fauci? Was it the WHO? I don't know. Someone just said this.
Well, this is apparently true, as far as I know. It's not all that rare, because vaccines are essentially never perfectly successful in preventing disease.
Okay, but
Yeah.
it seems to me that you just conflated two things. If you are vaccinated and you can't get it, can you spread it?
No.
So you what you said seems like it conflates these two things, and what Fauci or the WHO or whoever's saying this thing, they're not being clear.
Well, the evidence is clear, right? So
Well, I hope that's true. Like, every time I've tried to go down this particular rabbit hole, I can't distinguish between these two possibilities because they're not sharing it. So,
There's-
like, if they are claiming that somehow this magic virus and this magic vaccine are combining in such a way that if you're vaccinated, you can't get the thing, but you can still spread it.
No.
Like, I don't know what planet we live on, and I really want to see what
Yeah.
those data look like. But
that's not what anybody's saying.
okay.
You can get it if you had the vaccine. You can get it, and you're much more likely to be asymptomatic, because one thing that the vaccine seems very good at is reducing the severity of disease,
Okay.
which also reduces the degree to which you are likely to transmit it, because,
Right.
of course, your symptoms are a matter of the virus producing.
On the other hand, being vaccinated, you're less likely to be taking the same kinds of precautionary measures to avoid spreading. And you are going to think that you're immune to it because you were vaccinated. And, we did a whole takedown of that crap paper on asymptomatic spread being really, really common.
Yeah.
But we still don't know. Like, we just took down that paper. We don't know to what degree asymptomatic spread actually can happen.
Yeah.
It's clearly less than symptomatic spread.
Yeah.
But beyond that, we don't know. And so if you've got vaccinated people who assume that they're now immune, whose a small proportion of them are not, but are behaving as if they are, they will be, if they do get it, they will be more likely to spread it than if they had not been vaccinated, actually, because they presumably would have been behaving differently.
Yes, and the frightening possibility here is if you have been vaccinated, you have been vaccinated against the original version of the spike protein, which means what are you likely to get? What is likely to get around the immune system's vaccinated state is a variant. Therefore, if you spread it, what are you likely to spread?
Yeah.
Some variant for which the vaccine is not.
It's
effective.
selective pressure for a vaccine avoidant virus.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which, again, welcome to the arms race.
Right. Cool. Clearly, cultural institutions like the ACLU and most universities, clearly, cultural institutions like the ACLU and most universities were up for sale and bought by billionaire philanthropists, making honest academics, scientists, doctors, journalists, lawyers, etc. hard to come by. Just a comment, but
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly how it happened. I think there's a much more organic process.
well, I think up for sale is in quotes here, and I think up for sale can mean a lot of different things. It can look a lot of different ways.
There's
Right.
a lot of ways that
There's a lot of capture that can happen without there being a placard on the door saying "Come buy us."
Right, or without anybody consciously attempting to do it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Someone is asked how they'll handle a trade-off of two risks. They'll respond, "This one risk is bad." No mention of the other risk. Can we come up with a succinct term for this non-answering tactic?
Okay.
I love this question.
Yeah.
I would love for us, and it's possible it exists. So I'm just going to read it again so it's clear what we're at. Like, I would love to have a term for
Okay,
this, and
interesting.
maybe you've already got it. So if you're asked how to handle two risks, or someone, we'll call him Alan, is asked how he'll handle a trade-off between two risks, and Alan's like, "Well, I really don't like that one." Like, Alan, you got anything else? Like, you got anything for me? No. Alan just totally ignores the second risk. And this person, Phil, asking the question, not Alan, says, "Can we come up with a succinct term for this non-answering tactic?"
Well, I'm tempted to say one-sidism.
One-sidism.
Because both-sidism is an accusation that gets leveled at those of us who try to make arguments about how something fits in context. So, yeah, there is... whatever the answer to the question is an excellent one. This is a repeated problem, and it's a kind of, if it's willful, it's sophistry, because what it does, it's very hard. If you're trying to balance the risk of your building burning down versus the risk of I don't know, being unable to escape from it or something. By focusing on one argument, it's very hard to make a counter argument, right? Are you for buildings burning down, right? So it distills something down to an argument that is strong, but the point is the argument is weakened only by the fact that there is an argument in an inherent conflict with it on the other side.
Yeah. So a sort of a DSM style term would be sophistry : one-sided variant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm trying to think, can we come up with a really good example? I'm trying to figure out what example we can use as sort of the type specimen.
I just feel like it happens all the time. You get people saying, "Well, if you're talking about X, that means you don't like."
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't come up with anything right now out of context.
It will occur to us.
But
later.
I feel like it's all over the place.
Yeah, it is all over the place.
So I don't feel like that's the hard part here at all. The hard part is the succinct terms. So I'd love to come back to this. I don't know if we will remember to, because we always have so many things, but I'm going to at least highlight this. With my synesthesia, 2 is blue, 5 is red, and 0 is white. The first digit is blue, so the number is mostly blue with faint overtones of the other colors. Is synesthesia adaptive, and what might its function be?
Oh, you're going to love this. This is, I believe this is David Eagleman's work. I certainly learned of it through him. But it turns out that the synesthesia thing where numbers have colors to them it's so gorgeous, is apparently at least largely the result of toys that associate numbers with colors, like sets of blocks that have colors on different sides.
Those foamy floor mats.
Yeah, foamy floor mats, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds like somebody's porn name, but...
It's really bad porn. I mean, it all is, but
it
my
all
God.
is, but sure.
No, but if you've been a parent in the last, probably 30 years, those floor mats with the numbers that come out of them.
Yeah.
But I have great respect for David, and I don't know if this is his work. I know you love this hypothesis, and it sounds like there's evidence for it, but I don't know. It feels wrong. It feels incomplete to me.
It may be
in part, and this is where the lived experience of the personal anecdote is like, yeah, but I don't think that explains what happens for me. Therefore, and so I'm not saying it's wrong, but I think it's incomplete in part because I'm fascinated by synesthesia, and there's a great novel, I have to look it up, about synesthesia that I loved when I read it, that I'll try to remember to look up here. When I was actively thinking about it a lot, and I had exposure to a lot of college students, I would ask people, and a lot of people report mild levels. And, it's not clear, if you're reporting mild levels, to what degree you're just sort of clinging to vestiges of childhood or whatever. But there was never any pattern. I actually took notes for a while, and I wouldn't know where to find them now. But I'm like, what colors people associate with what numbers? And, age cohorts, geographic cohorts, there was no pattern to what numbers and colors associated. And so that made me skeptical. On the other hand, maybe there's so many different block sets and foam mats, I don't know.
Totally. I do think I hesitate to say sure without knowing the paper in question, but I do believe this was a properly tested hypothesis that withstood test. I also think David had synesthesia. Or maybe still does. So anyway, an insider for whom this resonated and who has the relevant expertise, I certainly take very seriously. But it's certainly an interesting explanation. Whether there are multiple explanations seems likely that there will be.
And that's also a very narrow form. So is synesthesia adaptive? Like I said, I feel like it's the separating out of the senses that we experience as we age that's actually kind of like a sensory apoptosis. I actually kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
So apoptosis is programmed cell death, effectively. You start out with effectively webbed fingers, and then the cells, the tissue that you don't need between your fingers, over time, during development, goes away, and you end up with and we have this overproduction of neurons in the developing brain in the same way, and then a pruning down during early development. like through the ages, well, through adulthood really, but especially early in childhood at a couple of different distinct moments in childhood. And it's not that it just, there was just too much. It's like, no, actually more connection is better, like more plasticity, more capability is better early on. And then you do get, the term is canalized, you basically go down particular canals. And I feel like everyone has some kind of synesthesia, whether or not they've recognized it or not, early in childhood. And many of us retain at least a sort of facultative ability to find it, even if we don't, like, I feel like I can find a lot, I can experience synesthetic things. And, it's like entheogens on call at some level.
Yeah.
But it never comes unbidden. And true synesthetes, they live in this world where, for instance, 2 is blue and 5 is red and 0 is white. But that, I feel like that's just less canalization. Like, you're still more plastic, and having some people in a population that have more plasticity in any realm, and in this case it's sort of sensory failure to fully separate the senses, will have value.
Yeah, I agree. I also like the idea of, what do you call it? Cognitive apoptosis?
Sensory apoptosis.
Sensory apoptosis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's something quite right about this, that in childhood you draw too many connections, you see things as related too easily, and that allows you to discover, productive ways of thinking that involve pruning down. So I think it is very much that process. There is a savant. So in general, savants have extraordinary abilities and extraordinary deficits coupled. There's one savant, a mathematical savant, who is a synesthete. There is a documentary about him. I'm trying to remember his name.
It's not late Russian mathematician Vladimir I. Arnold, is it?
Oh, no.
Because that's the next question.
No, it's not him.
Okay. Too bad.
Anyway, it's a British guy.
Okay.
Who appears to have he's got some quirks, but no major deficit, and extraordinary mathematical capacity. And anyway, so it at least suggests that synesthesia can be compatible with extraordinary capability. But I would say, in general, if everything we have discussed here is true, then synesthesia in adults is not in and of itself adaptive, but it can be part of adaptive ways of thinking. If it was adaptive, you would expect it to be universal. So it's...
Well, no. I mean, if it's adaptive in some circumstances, or if it's adaptive to have the variation, which was the argument I was making, just like left-handedness, it's adaptive for some small fraction of the population to be left-handed.
Okay, so it could be a lineage-level adaptation.
Right.
At the individual level, probably not, but it is compatible with adaptive ways of thinking.
Right. Okay, have you guys heard of the late Russian mathematician Vladimir I. Arnold? I sensed similar sentiments regarding the nature of science and how to go about learning it from some of his writings. May I recommend Arnold's Swimming Against the Tide? I don't know him, but we'll look into it. Yeah. Next one. Another lizard that's not a lizard is New Zealand's tuatara.
A beakhead.
So I just needed to, because here, Zach, just show my screen here. I, of course, have a slide from a previous lecture on... Wow, that's terrible.
We are working without a net.
She always abandons us.
Yes, again, she didn't show for work.
No. Oh, that's good. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean for it. So, tuataras, also known as beakheads, also known as rhynchocephalians.
Yes.
Tuatara is the Maori for... I had it here somewhere. Oh, I lost it. Oh, it's on a different tuatara slide of mine. Is Maori for spiny back, I think, is what... Zach, can I have my screen back? And yeah, it's the genus Sphinodon, spines on back. And they are indeed not lizards, but they are sister to the squamates. So they are a Oh, did I show a picture? Oh, yeah, is this the picture I just showed? I think it is. No. This is a different one.
It's a different picture.
And I just screwed up this thing. Oh my god, okay. This is a different picture, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, so I was showing the wrong picture entirely. Okay.
Explains why I couldn't make it out.
Okay. Here, this is the one I meant to be showing. God damn it. Nothing is working. That is a Tuatara there. And they sure look lizardy, right?
Yep.
They definitely have scales, etc. But here, we don't need all the details, but they are not lizards, and in part we can tell that because unlike lizards, they don't have two penises. They don't have hemipenes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this case, the fact of them not being lizards,
it's really close.
It's a bit arbitrary because the basal lizard was lizard-like. And so we could just include we could arbitrarily have decided to call the larger group that includes Tuataras lizards.
Yeah. I'm looking for a tree now. I've got all sorts of trees with all sorts of extinct reptiles, and that won't do it.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're like,
didn't think Tuataras were going to come up today, but
like,
here they are.
Stop talking about squamates. Which type of questions arise more naturally in you? Is it a what something is or a how did something come to be, whatever you think it is? Thank you for the podcast, by the way. I look forward to your next episode every Sunday. Yeah, very much a how and why. So, so what is really just a definitional like identity thing and easily determined and not that interesting. How questions are interesting, and a lot of the research that's done now is based on how questions, sort of questions of mechanism. How does the heart function? How does the bird migrate? How does skin regrow after it comes off? But why questions are really the evolutionary questions, the so-called ultimate levels of analysis. Why do birds and mammals both have four-chambered hearts? And why do birds with long childhoods have more efficient migrations than birds with no relationship with their parents? It's true. Why? I don't remember what was the other thing. Skin. I don't have one for skin.
Yeah, I would say I'm also thoroughly animated by why, but I do also have a fascination with the border between the how and the why.
Mm-hmm.
There is something to be said for thinking in mechanistic terms in order to deduce the answers to the why questions. To give an example, early on in COVID, you and I were both struck by the fascinating fact of viral load in a room predicting the likelihood of catching COVID, and the idea that even in a room in which there was COVID, if you were there briefly or the windows were open, that somehow you wouldn't cross some threshold, which does not fit with the model of immunity that we call acquired.
Mm-hmm.
But it does fit pretty well with innate immunity, where you have a certain number of cells capable of doing generalist immunological work that become overwhelmed by the number of particles they encounter. So as long as you remain below some threshold, your innate immunity works really well. So in any case, the point is, the question, the fact that things didn't fit with the model of immunity that we typically think about, raises a question about what else might be going on at the mechanistic level underneath that is worth thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
And it turns out that there's a very rich answer to the question. So anyway, I love those things.
Yeah.
And I will say I think evolutionary biology has been slow to wake up to mechanism for totally arbitrary historical reasons, which were when evolutionary theory began to be vibrant, starting with Darwin. We didn't have the tools to look into mechanism below a certain scale. And so we got used to, evolutionary biologists got used to thinking purely phenomenologically and not at all mechanistically. And then when mechanism, the study of mechanism caught up, because suddenly we had all of these great tools, there was sort of a loss of interest, or the interest didn't arise because it didn't sound interesting in evolutionary terms, but that the interface really often is very interesting. And I wish both sides cared about it more.
Very good. One more question here, and we'll pick up some of these next time before moving to this hour's super chat. Why has any discussion of the vaccine nanoparticles disappeared? Did anyone discover how the particles break down in the body? Could they be causing the clots? I think, and I did not look into this, but I think that the clots are mostly happening with the DNA vaccines, the AstraZeneca and the J&J vaccines, although, 6 and 6 million is not, was it clots? Was it 6 and 6 million, 6.7 million or whatever? Was it clots? Anyway, that's a whole other story. Anyway, the DNA vaccines don't have the nanoparticles, the lipid nanoparticles, which is part of why we were more excited about those. They still have the novel mechanism, a novel mechanism, but they don't have two novel mechanisms, as the RNA, mRNA vaccines do. So I don't know if clots have been associated with either Moderna or Pfizer. Stuff has been associated with them. I don't trust that we're seeing actually what the data are and what kinds of symptoms. Just on an anecdotal level, I've heard from a ton of people who report like really severe rashes that don't go away, for instance. And I don't see that in the press. So why has any discussion of the vaccine nanoparticles disappeared? We're not allowed to criticize these, I think, is the basic terrible answer.
Well,
I don't think we figured out what they do.
No, I don't think we figured out what they do.
What the particle breakdown in the body is.
My guess is there's not enough particles for the breakdown in the body to have much consequence. It's not impossible.
Yeah, it's not going to be breakdown so much.
But here's the thing that I never hear discussed. The mechanism by which the RNA vaccines enter the cell is new. So too will be the distribution of cells that are entered and the reaction of the immune system to them. In other words, I think that a lot of the novel symptoms that we are seeing are likely to be due to the haphazard way in which a bunch of RNA dumped into the body inside these nanoparticle envelopes ends up entering cells and causing some tissue, therefore, to malfunction to some degree, right? So the point is you're dumping these things into the system very imprecisely, right? You're injecting them intramuscularly. And that means that they will disperse in some way, and some fraction of the cells they encounter they will enter, and those cells will start making spike protein and exporting it to their surface. And the point is, well, what symptoms would you expect? And the answer is I'd expect a bit of chaos.
Yeah.
That's not a very precise system.
Yeah.
Right? You're not introducing it into a particular place where the cells then pick it up and do something very coordinated. You're dumping enough into the system that enough cells pick it up that it results in enough of the immune system encountering it that you get a robust immune reaction that creates memory. But this is like, this is a bunker buster bomb, right? It's not a precision response. And how we discuss...
Yeah, the lipid nanoparticles are the armor.
Right.
So that the RNases, I'm not pronouncing that right, basically that are circulating constantly,
Right,
don't
tear
get to the
apart
RNA before it can get inside a cell. And so the armor is then just left in pieces floating around the body and hopefully collected and discarded, but...
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I think actually it's going to get integrated into cell membranes, right? And... like plastic microparticles in fishes. Well, at some level, the surfaces of these cells are lipid, which is why the lipid envelope works, right? It's sort of like two bubbles fusing together. But you're doing this almost at random with respect to tissue. And
are the lipid nanoparticles more or less coherent under certain types of stress, right? Like at the point that you get heat shock, for instance, are they going to be more resistant and therefore the cells won't lyse when they should, or less resistant? Like there's just all sorts of possibilities.
Yep.
And we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know.
That's the answer.
Unfortunately, that's the answer. Okay, next question. A school in Australia made the boys apologize to the nearest girl for the behavior of men. Justified by the idea of ubiquitous male culture making all men responsible for the actions of a few. Does such a culture exist?
I don't understand that last part.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Justified by the idea of a ubiquitous, I think what is being asked is, this was justified by this idea of ubiquitous, a male culture that is ubiquitous, in which men are, all men are toxic basically, and no, it doesn't. There will be some moments in history in some cultures, under times of extreme stress and war, when all men are called upon to become toxic, right? Like, that will happen, but that's about as close as I can get.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Men and women are part of the same culture, and there can be subcultures in there that travel one route or the other. But
yeah.
Not all men are toxic, obviously. That has become a cliche, but it is important to say it in this context. And frankly, those kids are due an apology.
Yes, they are. Yeah, all of them. The boys and the girls.
Yep.
Yeah. And an explanation,
Yeah.
not just an apology. I don't, because obviously apologies have become weapons, and they aren't actual apologies, and we need to also resurrect apology as a powerful and necessary force for human interactions, because this thing where you just apologize when the mob comes for you and hope that it goes on to the next victim is not really an apology, and it's moving the mob to the next victim is all it's doing. It's externalizing the mob, and so most people now know that an apology isn't an apology, and we need it. We need it. And if the thing comes for you and tells you that all you need to do is apologize and it'll go away and it'll make nice with you, don't believe it and don't apologize. Don't do it. It's part of what we did at Evergreen, right? And in fact, I think we refused to do any sort of non-disclosure agreement. And the very first thing they asked for us when we got into mediation was an apology from us. And we're like, I think we're done. Like, what are you doing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. I don't see a way out of this that does not include giving law enforcement permission to kill rioters. Please tell me why I'm wrong. Florida made it okay to run over protesters blocking roads. What are your thoughts?
We can't do this.
Yeah.
But the fact is, there are tactical things you could do. It is impossible to do what is necessary in the case of an anarchist force that is trying to precipitate violence against them in order to justify more of this. So we can't.
Well, I'm reminded of a conversation you had early in the protests and riots with someone who was I can't remember, police or military, who'd been called in, who was saying they're taking all of our non-lethal methods of enforcement away from us.
Yeah, he was federal police.
That's right. And first, before you even start to think about going there, give the police back all of their non-lethal tools.
Yeah, not non-lethal, they're less lethal, and that does mean,
Well, tear gas isn't lethal. Yes, also
it's not especially lethal. Let's just say, I don't like the idea that we are held to non-lethal. You've got people who are destroying civilization, and the fact is, it makes sense to use tools that allow the law to be enforced and do not do more harm than necessary. But you can't let the fact that they're going to do some harm stop you. And the fact is, I would be shocked if tear gas had never killed anybody. Just the simple fact that it's stressful on the body is dangerous to some people.
That's fine. The fact is, if they were calling for defunding the police, and they effectively did, and they managed to, at least in Portland, get rid of most of the lesser kinds of control tools that the police normally would be using, and no one said you also need to disarm the police, because frankly, even the assholes who were leading this thing knew what would happen then if it was understood that the police had literally no arms. And so what they're left with is their arms. What they're left with is their most lethal tools.
Yep.
And yes, they need those, but wouldn't it be much better if they also had their entire panoply? Fine, yes, all of these tools can be lethal under the wrong circumstances, but we don't start now having taken all of these tools off the table by saying, okay, well, you can kill them. No. You give them back all the tools, and you actually start, arresting and booking and sentencing some of these fools.
Yes.
Like,
You have to.
that's what you have to do.
You have to. Yep, I totally agree with that. Frankly, if it were me, I would give a speech, and I would say, the law has to be enforced. Here's why. It'd be lovely if we could do it without damaging anyone. We'll do our best, but don't expect nobody to be damaged, because this is the nature of the thing that we're up against. Here are the tools that we intend to use. They're not perfectly safe. The wise thing to do would be to obey the law and not destroy property or attack people.
And that speech having been made, stop being so damn nice to the people who are destroying life for everyone else. Okay. Thank you for last hour's video of the Coyote Den. It's a nice diversion in these times. You're welcome.
Glad somebody liked it. I thought it's hard to get footage like that. We got very lucky
Amazing.
to find the den, and we were lucky to be able to get a camera on it quick enough, because she wasn't going to stick around.
Yeah. And we did get a picture, right? Or a slight bit of video of the first kit being pulled out as well.
Yes, we got
in
enough.
In which the kit is more visible, so
More
it's
visible.
clear that there's two of them, because there's
Yep.
two different timestamps in all of this, right?
Yeah.
Because I had looked in and I had said, oh, there's two. I thought there might be more movement, but there's two. And then when you had looked, you're like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's two. And I was like, gosh, I really feel certain.
It may
But we know, because we have video evidence that there were two.
There were
And
definitely
only
two.
two.
There were definitely two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless she was carrying more than one in her mouth at the time, which I don't think she would have done. And the first one, which we showed you, the kid is screaming, screaming, screaming. And in the one that we didn't show you, which actually came first, he's quiet.
Yeah.
Totally silent. Hopefully alive. Presumably.
Oh,
she wouldn't have
he was
started
alive.
there.
No,
yeah.
he is making noises, just not shrieking.
Yeah. Thanks, Mom. Punk band Bad Religion did an album, The Grey Race. Founder G. Gaffin is an evolutionary biologist. How long would it take for populations to breed to a new race? Would it increase genotype variation? So I don't know anything about the setup. I don't know anything about the album or anything.
Yeah, I don't either. I would say the thing about humans is that we have a special trick that allows us to behave like many species, though we are one. And so it already, the distinction between Bedouins and Inuits is a huge gap in terms of how these two populations function.
Yeah.
It's a species and beyond level gap, but within one species. So anyway, humans are nifty, and therefore the question is, does the thing you're asking even make sense, given how much human beings do within one genetic umbrella? It's a whole different realm, and it would be worth trying to ask the question with the right sort of schema. But it's this isn't well understood in the field, so
Yeah.
we don't have that set of terms.
And even if we were talking about rabbits, say, and therefore we're just using the word population rather than race, like subspecies, which races are not, but over in non-human space, we would be talking about different subspecies, and time isn't a sufficient variable. Like, you need to know degree of isolation, size of the population, amount of immigration, emigration, and mutation, and selection on various characters that might further isolate. Like, you need a lot more. That it can't just be about time. And then, in humans, subspecies is a dicey term. Race is a dicier term, and it's a largely inaccurate rendering of what populations are, and with humans becoming global as long ago as we did, it's a really poor map for actual population level differences at the genetic level.
Yeah, I would say the amount of time, given a set of circumstances, necessary for two populations not to be able to understand each other would be a good proxy.
Humans.
Yeah.
To not to understand it. So language.
Right.
Yeah. It's good. I know this word and I never know how to pronounce it. Can you take a look? Are you familiar with U.S. versus, is it Cruikshank?
Cruikshank.
Okay. The SCOTUS decision that acquitted white racists who committed the Colfax Massacre and opened the door to Jim Crow. It's part of a history of racist gun control laws that stood until 2008. I know of it, but not enough to say anything.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I don't
Yeah.
know it. But sounds important. And of course, it has to exist, because to have liberal gun laws and constitutional protections with as much racial tension as we have, you have to have some sort of mechanism for differential enforcement in order for the racist past to be what it is.
Yep.
So anyway, yes, there would have to be a history of this, and I'm surprised we don't know it, but we should look into it.
Yep. Could an ancestor to the current SARS-CoV-2 virus be similar enough to generate an immune response to the current virus and different enough to be much less lethal?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Theoretically possible. Will we ever know? Wow, a lot of questions here. Okay, let's get through, say, 3 more.
Sure.
Oh, happy birthday, Zach. By the way, Heather, there are over 100,000 black bears in Alaska alone. Okay, but I don't include Alaska and North America. Just Canada.
100,000
Yeah.
black bears in Alaska.
That's amazing.
Alone.
That's incredible. I had obviously no idea.
I'm ready to go.
Yeah, you do love your bears.
I do love bears.
Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
I sit corrected. Referring to the earlier comment about activists screenshotting super chats and using them against the talent, even if the majority are virtuous, one person spending $20 to make someone look bad is a cheap investment in deplatforming. Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I now understand the super chat part of it. And yeah, we've had a couple weird questions. But by and large, our community of people in the chat is, as far as I know, by far the best anywhere on YouTube. YouTube is such a horror show, and by and large, we have very good people in the chat, and
Yeah.
we have very good moderators. And anyway, I'm proud of what we got, messy as it is.
Okay. 2 more questions. What is your current thinking on relative vaccine safety? Heather, I believe you said that you would prefer a viral vector vaccine for yourself. Thoughts on the recent blood clot stories? There's a lot of questions in there. We already talked a little bit about the blood clot stuff. You know, I think it's like, I hope that the blood clot stories are like the seatbelts in the car. The vaccine is still affording greater safety than damage. I think pulling J&J or proposing that people should be cautious about J&J for 6 bad cases in over 6 million is an insane thing to have done. Those numbers make no sense. I still wish that we had many more years behind us of these vaccines before we were being expected to take them. We will be eligible to get vaccinated soon here in Oregon, and I hope J&J remains available, and that we can wait as long as possible.
Yeah, I would say the number of ways in which this is unsafe are many, and it is clear, and we are not having a proper public discussion about it.
Yep.
You and I are having a proper discussion, but I don't hear it elsewhere. There's the personal safety dimension. There's the safety of this vaccination campaign. There is the danger of the way markets are interfacing with the various vaccines on offer. You know, is there a perverse incentive driving the claim that we may need a third booster? Is there a perverse incentive that results in proclamations about the danger of one vaccine versus another? Is there a perverse incentive preventing us from discussing both the long-term risks of these vaccines and the risk of affecting the pandemic in a way that will make things worse and not better? All of these things are absent from the discussion, and they exist only discussed on the fringe, and that's absurd. And in light of all of this, the idea that we are going to be forced with vaccine passports to accept vaccinations that have not been, about which no one has been honest about the hazards, is extremely distressing.
It's diabolical.
It's diabolical. And I would say, you know what? In a good regime, in a regime in which we did proper due diligence about vaccine safety, in which there were no perverse incentives surrounding the mythology about which ones are safe and how safe they are and all of that, I would be in favor of vaccine passports. But I am not at all in favor of them in the context of a system that will not discuss rationally what the actual hazards might be. And I don't think they're safe enough.
Last question. New York father pulls his daughter out of Brearley with a message to the whole school. Is the dam starting to break? Yeah, I have not read the letter. I'm aware of it. Certainly in the last month or two, from what I've seen, largely through the efforts of Barry Weiss and Caitlin Flanagan, the problems with the wokeness in the elite private schools, in particular, elite private secondary schools, is coming to a head. Is becoming really well known in some circles. That said, the rhetoric that we see in other places looks unchanged, as if that's not happening at all. So I don't know. I don't know what it takes. I know that, I think it was fall of 2019 that James Lindsay said that he thought it was happening. The dam was breaking. People were becoming aware of it. It's like, I don't think so, man. Like, I don't think it's where you think it is. And of course it didn't.
Yeah.
It only continued to get worse. So, there've been a lot of these moments, and I guess I don't want to get my hopes up.
Well, here's a frightening prospect.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. There are chances that we've hit bottom. It always seems like we might have, and then things just get stupider. But imagine that the elite schools wake up, and the parents who get it, and there are likely to be many, successfully fight back. And then, once again, we have another version of this trick that involves the distinction between private schools and public schools, right? Where we underfund the public schools. Those who can afford to send their kids to private schools don't suffer from having hobbled their kids in bad public schools. And it creates a self-reinforcing pattern of the distribution of opportunity that nobody needs to own up to having created. In other words, sabotage the public schools, privately subsidize the private schools so that they're better. And the point is, what is that? That's the wealthy hobbling other people's children so they can't compete.
Yeah. It's kind of the opposite at the moment. Like, the private schools are worse.
Are worse. But imagine that they come to their senses and suddenly the only schools that aren't insane are elite private schools, right? One can easily imagine that world because we've lived in it.
I guess. I guess I'm not sure why we're imagining the world that is the inverse of the one we're in right now, which is plenty bad enough. And
because wealthy people have the means to erect their own system if they need to, and that, in effect, seeing a novel version of an old game would not be surprising.
Something that will need to happen. So it was a father, right, that pulled his daughter out, that wrote this letter and pulled it out. And I think the dam is going to have to break with the mothers if that's going to happen. And, you're imagining that this amazing thing happens and then it becomes yet another reinforcement of class privilege.
Yeah.
Rather than talk about the amazing thing having happened and then one of the possible immediate after effects. I think for that dam to break, the tougher parent in most situations to see this ideology for what it is and to resist it and to be disagreeable and to stand up to it and to say, I don't think so, not for me, of course I care about black people, this is really uncomfortable, why did I just lose all my friends, is gonna be mothers. And I think, so far many of the examples we're seeing, like Barry Weiss posted a piece written by a teacher at an elite school on the East Coast this week who's standing up to this, a male teacher. And these are anecdotes, but I think what we need for the dam to break is for more women to stand up and say, actually, I'm going to change the expectation in the community that we don't do this. That this is actually this thing that we are all on board with is actually the diabolical thing, because it's just going to be necessary if things are going to change.
Yeah. So actually, I think you're making a very important point.
This is just apropos. As you know, and I think I mentioned maybe last week, I've been asked to write this commentary on a piece on historical relationships between women and men, and women and men, and all this, but like deep historical relationships between women and how it affects relationships today. And I've been thinking about the different kinds of competition that men engage in, and that women engage in, and what that looks like when men and women interact, and how much we pretend that that deep history doesn't exist back when, and to our peril, right? And so much of the literature is just insanely stupidly written. The scientific literature, of course, because it always is. It says things like, well, women don't compete. Women say they don't like to compete, therefore they don't compete. Women, when asked to engage in this, doodly competitive thing, said they didn't want to play, therefore women don't compete. It's like, oh my God, like, of course women compete. Women compete all the time just as much as men, but differently. And in a word, it tends to be that men tend to compete overtly and women tend to compete covertly. And there are so many downstream effects of this that are so important that it will also be, and this is something, I think this is new, I think no one has said this before, it will also be harder to opt out of covert than overt games, than covert than overt competition, because as a man you can say, yep, not playing, and you might get chided for it, you might get shamed for it, but everyone knows he's not playing, he's doing something different, right? And if the competition is covert, it's all behind the back, and it's gossip, and it's sidelining, and it's social, and you can't just say I'm not playing.
Yeah.
You're like, oh yes you are. We're not going to let you not play. So
she said she's not playing. Oh, that's a really good move.
And sometimes it will be.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes that is a move actually. So anyway, I'm wrapped up in this space anyway. But in order for this dam to break, we need women who are somewhat dominant in whatever little social hierarchies they're in at these schools to actually make the moves to make it the desirable position to be standing up to this. Because until that happens, those few dads who stand up and do it are not going to make the difference, I don't think.
So I think I just want to put three things on the list here. You've mentioned disagreeableness, which is more common in
Exactly.
men.
I did so intentionally.
Right.
Yes.
Which is a necessary skill to say no in the face of something like this.
Right.
There is the question of compassion.
Mm-hmm.
This movement hijacks compassion, and compassion is going to be more easily hijacked in women, very likely. It's probably a more intensely developed skill. The nature of being female being one that requires this, more directly for mothering, for example.
Right.
And then there's the question about this distinction between males and females in terms of the preferences for the types of things they engage in.
Mm-hmm.
And so the classic way to describe it is people versus things, where men tend to be more interested in things, women tend to be more interested in people. And the thing is, people is the thing is, I said it. I said it because I'm masculine. No, the thing is that the world of things is a world of conservation laws that is unforgiving, right? And so the world of conservation laws is one in which one discovers that an illogical system does not function, right? A world of people does not necessarily have conservation laws in the same sense. And so there's a question about whether there is a gender split here that might be setting us up for disaster.
Yeah, no, don't feel like you have to cut it short. I just have about 8 things to say in response. So we have talked about understanding something about the physical world as opposed to being entirely based in the social world,
Exactly.
and that that does map somewhat onto things versus people. And so, given that it is a well replicated psychological finding that men are, and including babies, including other cultures, right, like more interested in things on average tendency, and women in people and animals, right, that would also suggest that many women have more of their entire life invested in the relationships that they have, and so it actually comes at a cost to a higher percentage of their life to go against the crowd. Whereas men, if they are engaged with these things that actually are meaningful to them, they can go to their damn shop, be like, okay, well, I stood up to that, and now I get to tinker, or, whatever it is.
Right.
And, it's a caricature, but
it's not your whole world.
It's
collapsing.
not your entire world collapsing. So they're just I haven't actually found even the typical character trait by gender that goes against this model. Like, it all just falls, which makes it, this is one of the few things I'm like, God, did someone really smart devise this to, capture women and then take out a whole society? Because this seems so deviously perfect to prey on many of the best characteristics of women and turn them into the worst characteristics for society.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to even say these things out loud, but at some level, this does, the whole woke ideology feels like it has dragged civilization into the dynamics of a dysfunctional marriage, right? It feels, it just does. And, I don't like saying it. On the other hand, it's not like everything isn't at stake. We're actually talking about, the dumbest policy proposals one could conceive of, and yet we are entertaining them because nobody's in a position to say, actually, you can't abolish the police, here's why, end of story. Right? That's what you need to say, right? Mm-hmm. Sorry, abolishing the police, not on the table, here's why. Mm-hmm. So anyway, we need more disagreeable women.
On it. All right.
You can only be one disagreeable woman.
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
All right. That is it. This is a chaotic, weird day today. Both of us really want to be outside, so we're going to encourage you to get outside as soon as possible, even if it's the middle of the night. Why not? Do it. In the meantime, subscribe, like this video, this channel, the Clips channel. Consider joining me at my Patreon at Heather Hying, where right now you can pose questions that we may get to in our next private Q&A. Consider joining Brett at his Patreon. Lots more to be said, but anything else?
Achieve awesomeness.
Do that.
All right. See ya.
Caramelized onion, baked cheese tortellini with a maple Dijon.
Hey folks, welcome to the Dark Horse Podcast, live stream number 76. It is pandemonium here. We have gone out into Portland to see how things have changed overnight, and it has caused chaos. But we are here with you to discuss what is going on and its relevance to, the future, if there is one.
Indeed. Today we are going to talk some about Portland, about our hometown, which we still love, and we know that most of the people living here love it too, and therefore we have to wonder over and over again why what is happening is being allowed to happen. So we're going to talk some about what's happening. Unfortunately, we did not have the time to get all of our pictures and video totally organized. This is not right. But we're going to show some of those to you, and for those of you listening only, we'll describe what we're showing. Then we are going to talk about some of the numbers in stories from this week. We got the number 3, the number 90, the number 13, and the number 2.5 billion.
I'm concerned about the number 13. 2.5 billion I can handle, but 13's always been rough.
No, 2.5 billion is a familiar kind of cozy feeling number.
Not to me.
Really?
Not to me. No, it's sort of ominous.
I think you're going to feel differently once you hear why 2.5 billion is in the news.
No, but kinesthetically speaking, it's sort of a color of mauve I've never liked.
Kinesthetically?
Yes.
Really?
Kinesthetic. That's not the term. What's the term when you
I
see
don't know
color?
what you're trying to say.
Synesthetic.
Synesthetically.
Synesthetic. That's what I meant. Yes,
I see.
synesthetically I would say. I don't have synesthesia, but if I did, it would be a color of mauve that I just... I can't tolerate.
Well, this is a conversation for another time, but as you know, I have long thought that we all start out with some degree of synesthesia, that we are sort of part of what childhood is learning how to separate our senses and catalog them as separate entities, sometimes to our detriment. And also that there is persistent synesthesia that can come out in particular situations. And in fact, I think I wrote about that a little bit in the essay I wrote about having been mugged at knife point in Quito.
Right. Yes, you did. You did.
Anyway, then we're going to talk about a lizard that isn't a lizard and coyotes.
When is a lizard not a lizard? That's such an odd thing to happen. So I'm looking forward to that.
We're going to find out. So first announcements.
Announcements, yes.
Announcements.
That's traditional.
No ads today. But at my Patreon right now, the 48-hour window is open to ask questions for the 2-hour private Q&A that we do every month on the last Sunday of the month at 11 a.m. Pacific. So if you have been thinking about perhaps doing that, now is a good moment to join. And then all of the rest of the things are generally true. If you're enjoying this, subscribe, like, all of that.
Definitely like.
Yeah. All right. Should we talk? Portland is gorgeous.
Especially this week.
Oh my goodness. I think anyone in the Pacific Northwest, I suspect right now, is having this just amazing weather. Unseasonable, warm, nigh into hot, really. Blue skies. The trees are beginning to leaf out. Many of the trees, the magnolias and the cherries, are still in full bloom. The birds are in mating season, so there's a lot of song going on. It is just a stunning moment in Portland.
And actually an unusual one because the leaves are not yet out, the flowers are in bloom, and the weather is so clear. We're not dealing with our typical coolish, drizzly weather that we would ordinarily. So
right. Well, but no, in the summer we usually get this kind of weather, but the plants are in a different phase and the birds are in a different phase.
Exactly.
So this is like August weather with April ecology, and it's kind of amazing.
It really is.
So it's bringing out the coyotes, which we talked about last week, and we'll talk about at the end of the hour here. And it's we have begun to attract Stellar's jays, just glorious, and it's brought out the riders.
Yes,
brought the riders right out to the streets.
Well, it's a very hospitable weather condition, and
absolutely. What else are you going to do? All the festivals are shut down.
Sure, rioting is what's happening.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about it. To be honest, it's a little unclear exactly what the riots in Portland are about because there's a national riot phenomenon that has seen an uptick as a result, ostensibly, of a couple of shootings in various places, including Chicago. And we also had a shooting here in Portland yesterday, about which there's not a lot of information, and I'm cautious because early reports are always wrong, and these aren't early reports exactly, but still, the full information isn't out. But it sounds like a white guy, seemingly mentally unstable, waving a firearm in a park, was shot and killed by police. And so the pattern that we have increasingly seen is that any shooting at all by police is taken to be a validation of the model in which the police are simply out of control and shooting people willy-nilly, and when race can be invoked it is, and when it can't it's quietly sidelined. And the fact is, it's a completely tautological framework, because the fact is there are a lot of police, and frankly there are a lot of citizens, and there's a lot of crime, and there's there are going to be shootings that are valid. There are going to be shootings that are errors. There is no way you could do policing that would be perfect in this regard. And so if what you do is simply take every time somebody is shot by police as evidence that the police are out of control, then you will just have an excuse to riot, on the regular.
Well, and at some level, it's a rejection of the aphorism that the perfect is the enemy of the good, right? So the perfect is the enemy of the good. All of us should be able to recognize that in a complex system, we will not achieve perfection. That humans are fallible, humans will commit crime, and therefore we need a police force. And not only are humans imperfect, but police are imperfect. And in any demographic, be they police or right-handers or Bolivians or short people or whatever it is, there are going to be some people who are great and some people who are not, and that will be true for police as well. But the idea that if they can't be perfect, if they cannot get the numbers of errors to zero, then we need to get rid of them entirely. Gosh, we just keep on coming back here, and I think we've been avoiding it more and more because how often can you say the same thing?
Right. Obviously,
this clearly makes no sense.
It is logic done by people who have no capacity for logic, apparently, or it's just an excuse. Either way,
right.
But it's not even that the errors have to be zero, right? Getting the errors to zero can't be done. Right, you would have to have such a draconian system in which no crime could be committed, in which the police would have to show up, that no one would want to live in it.
I don't think it's possible. I don't care how draconian you go. You can't get it to zero.
I mean, you could lock everybody in solitary confinement and keep them away from every place in which crime could conceivably happen or something. But my point is, there is no livable life that does not involve errors. However, this also isn't about errors, right? We leap to the stage of having riots long before anybody knows if the police made a mistake, right? And if they had, that's not an invalidation of the concept of policing. It is not a justification for rioting. There's some level of error you would expect, but the fact that there doesn't even need to be an error really tells the tale.
Yes, not only will no errors be tolerated at all, zero tolerance for error, but also zero tolerance for force in response to force. Like zero tolerance for state-sponsored force in response to street-level force and violence and looting and rioting and all of these things.
Right, and obviously people who have the capacity to think know that what you're really trying to do is to minimize harm. Right? So there will be some harm done by the police, there will be some harm done by criminals, and what you would like is a system that overall minimizes harm, which does not mean brings it to zero. That is a utopian and inconceivable outcome. But the fact is, there is every single instance of anything newsworthy is taken as evidence of what the rioters imagined that they already knew, or as I said before, or it's simply an excuse.
Yeah. So we began, we got local chaos, but it's not of the protesting or rioting variety, nor is it another catquake. We began to hear inklings just online last night that there was something going on in Portland, and then a good friend of our producer, our now 17, happy birthday last week, Zachary, 17-year-old son, happened to have been coming home from the coast last night, stopped downtown, and called Zach and said, hey, the Apple Store appears to be on fire in downtown Portland. So we have a few of the videos of that young man took, the friend of our son, who I'm not going to name because we didn't ask if we could. Yeah. And then the three of us, Brett, Zach, and I actually went downtown this morning and to assess what we were seeing, to assess what had actually happened, and found some things a little bit different than what you're expecting, and a lot of things that were pretty reflective of what we've been told we would see. So we're going to show you some of that as well. So Zach, would you like to show some of your friend's video?
See fire.
So again, this is from last night. This is from just after midnight on, would be April 17th.
Yep.
In Portland. So if we go, is there sound, Zach? Okay, so if I can be heard over this, just describing to people who are merely listening, we've just got street view shots of here's a dumpster that is smoldering, closed. It's probably on fire. We can't see that for sure.
We saw that dumpster this morning. It was definitely
I know
burned.
we're getting there.
Okay.
We're talking about last night, and then there was at least one more, Zach, unless I missed it. Okay, I thought there was one showing the one actually out the dumpster actually outside of the Apple Store on fire. Okay. I can't. We're now looking at a white screen. Okay.
Okay. This looks like a stepping up of the same sorts of riots that we were seeing last summer. Do we want to look at some other pictures?
Absolutely. I thought maybe we'd start with the signs. The first thing on my list, Zach, that I sent you. No, because they're not in the right order. Okay, why don't you just lead, Zach? I mean, Brett.
All right, so why don't you flip forward here? All right, so traditional sentiments, all cops are bastards.
Hold on, no, so I really don't want to show these until the end. So that one there, that one, and the next one, for which there was a composite shot that I had wanted to be the one we were showing here, is all one street. And so we have store closing, everything must go, with an entirely boarded up street. And then if you go back to the last one, you see right next door an anarchy sign, an ACAB, all cops are bastards, and several other things which are visible in the larger photograph, but not here. So I want to come back to my other photos, but not now, because I want to show them at the end of what you want to show.
Okay, so Zach, do you want to put up the other set of photos? All right, so here, this is exactly adjacent to the Apple Store, and you see something that has become very common here in Portland downtown. So you've had windows busted up. They have plywood or OSB put over them, and then these spontaneous murals go up. And the murals are of various different kinds. Some of them are accusations. Some of them are designed to portray the protesters as peace-loving and creative.
So presumably we're going to show a bunch of these murals. Like there are a lot of
show
beautiful
a good number
murals,
of them.
but this one,
many of them have high production values.
yeah, like actually beautiful street art that if there was a place to put it that wasn't about having smashed windows and so put wood up in its place, I think that there could legitimately be a place for this sort of art in a functioning city.
Yeah, although I would say, you have talented people, but the fact that somebody is able to put up something colorful and load whatever payload into it they wish, and that this somehow speaks for the people of Portland, is absolutely appalling. So even though some of the murals may say things that one could resonate with, a lot of them really don't. And either you need some sort of authority to decide what sentiments can be represented, even if you were going to have some place where street art could be put up by citizens. And then the problem is, all right, who decides what sentiment is going to go where?
Yeah. So this one, you can't see the third frame of this mural, what it says, and it's also hard to read. But how it reads, if you're looking straight on, is, if my heart stops turning, will the world do the same? And this strikes me as like, okay, hearts don't turn. Forget the basic biological innumeracy or whatever it is. No worries on that front. But I feel like the initiative behind the sentiment is a desire to know that if their heart stops beating, the whole world will stop.
Right.
And it reveals this level of narcissism, absent any apparent desire to fix things or to make things right. It is entirely about me in the moment and destruction.
Right, and this actually goes to the heart of the misunderstanding here, which is, in some sense, the puzzle is about whatever we are continuing into the future. And the attack on these structures makes it very likely that this system and all those who depend on it will not meaningfully continue into the future. We will be subjugated by someone else, or we will be overrun by some civilization that didn't lose its mind. And so watching people who conflate their own well-being, who basically demand that the world stop if they do, is preposterous. A reasonable person understands that you are rooting for your people, whoever they are, irrespective of whether you're present. If you died tomorrow, do you stop caring about the people that you love? No, you're rooting for them, and suddenly they're hobbled by the fact that they don't have your insight or help in dealing with the challenges of life. But it doesn't change your sense about whether or not things matter. Things matter whether or not you're there, and so they've lost sight of this completely.
So where I was hoping to go to first, though, was just, was the Apple Store on fire? Did the Apple Store burn to the ground? I know you have some pictures of that, and I'd like us to show those to respond to. They're just, social media at the moment is, as usual, after these things happen, completely polarized. And we were just there. We actually talked to one of the workers who was working on cleaning up the madness.
So, Zach, can you show one of the pictures from the... yeah, there you go. It's a little dark, unfortunately, but let's describe it. So we're looking at the same mural that you were just looking at up close. There's a dumpster out in front that has clearly been burned. We can show you that up close in a second. And then to the right there, you see barricades which are around the Apple Store, which was being renovated.
And by the dumpster is the awning that they apparently set fire. Like, the dumpster is under the awning. They set fire to that. The awning's gone. The tree is burned.
And the dumpster was apparently inside the inside the Apple Store compound.
As were the bathrooms that were there for the workers to fix the repairs from the previous riots.
Right.
And the bathrooms got burned to the ground.
So anyway, yes, the Apple compound did burn. The building did not burn to the ground, nor is it very conceivable that it could, given what it's built out of. But nonetheless, Apple was targeted here, and a lot of damage was done. Now,
and
Zach,
do you
could
have
you
a picture
show...
of the placard that Apple's got on the outside?
I don't have it ready. I took it, but I didn't capture it. But could you show the mural on the Apple Store? So I want to describe something here. So this mural is no longer on the Apple Store, but it is worth understanding its history in order to understand or to put in context the events of last night. So the Apple Store, I believe, was being renovated for its own reasons, and was open for one day post-renovation, and then it was shut down by COVID. In the aftermath of being shut down by COVID, it was attacked during riots. Windows were broken, people broke in, and then Apple decided to put up basically a black wall all around, a plywood wall. And then on that wall, a local artist spontaneously put up a mural focused on George Floyd and the famous line, "I can't breathe." And Apple decided to leave the mural in place. Many other artists then contributed to the mural, and ultimately the mural was donated by Apple to Don't Shoot PDX, which is a local police watch group. Now, currently, on the outer fence of the Apple compound, there is a sign. Heather, you have it. You want to read it?
Yeah, I thought we were going to show this. Yes, please. So it reads, "Apple stands with you in the fight for racial and social justice. Black Lives Matter." The community, it's not in those pictures, Zach. I just sent it to you. The community artwork has been entrusted to Don't Shoot Portland in support of their mission for social change. Don't Shoot Portland, a local Black-led human rights nonprofit organization, will incorporate the artwork as part of their Children's Art and Social Justice Council programming. For more information, visit www.don'tshootpdx.org. And there's another one that I was not the one who photographed it. That's even more sort of, it's again one of these "don't hurt me" walls. And so Apple not only is putting money in the other one, they indicate that they're putting money towards these causes, and this is the response, right?
So I want to hone that to a slightly sharper point.
Yeah.
Apple, this is your fault. You did this to us. You caused this riot. Now, it may be that it would have happened without your help, but it certainly did happen with your help. And the fact that you are pretending that people attacking your store and you having to put up plywood and that creating an opportunity for a local artist to express a sentiment that I don't think represents us universally, and then you treat this as something that has to be honored, is creating the problem. And basically, we have, runaway woke capital, and woke capital has, the back end, the business end, where it does whatever it does financially speaking, and it has the front end where it coddles this kind of sentiment in public. And god damn it, the problem with the don't hurt me walls is that what don't hurt me really means is go hurt somebody else. So Apple, not only did you have this coming because you set us up for it, but the rest of us who did not have it coming got it too as a result of your activity.
Yeah. And this sort of statement by the corporations, and small businesses, but the small businesses have more to lose, have a higher fraction of their livelihood to lose, is creating the sense among people that this is the majority sentiment, that most Portlanders are behind this. Right? And in fact, we were standing there on the corner of the Apple Store downtown this morning, and there were a number of people there looking at what had happened, and some of us were talking, and a guy drove by, and what he said through his open window was, the vast majority of people in Portland approve of this. And he was pissed, and a lot of us are pissed legitimately. But he said this, and then he drove off. His light turned green. He wasn't running away or anything. But I wanted to say to him, I'm sure that's not true. Put almost anyone from Portland on this corner, and look at what's happening. Look at what has happened, and recognize that anyone who's tried to walk around downtown in the last year, in the last 11 months, 10 months now, and ask them if they approve of this, and mostly they're going to say no. Now, that doesn't mean that most Portlanders understand the various concerns and reasons that it's happening, but the fact that downtown has become a disaster area in which this could happen, any day that it's nice out, expect that there may be, at the best, vandals running around, and that it's increasingly difficult to find police who can do their jobs, in part because they've been massively defunded, in part because many of them have left because their jobs have become worse than thankless, and in parts because they've had their hands tied by the city leadership.
Yes, in fact, we have many different entities playing a role that creates the exact conditions that are going to lead to this. And Zach, can you show the graffiti in the stairway? Yep, you briefly passed through it. By the way, you did. Okay, here it is. So this is just a piece of graffiti. This is now commonplace in Portland. What it says is, kill a cop for fun. And it has a picture of a smiley face underneath. It is not uncommon to see sentiments like this. The idea that police are deserving of being murdered. We also see graffiti like this about Andy No, a journalist.
Not recently, but
I believe a journalist was actually assaulted last night, if I understood what I saw on Twitter correctly, a Portland journalist. But in any case, you have people telling you what they're actually about, right? This protest, if you were protesting something important, and somebody else in your protest was saying kill cops for fun, then you would distance yourself so that your important point wasn't lost in an obviously crazy point. And yet that does not happen. We have the mixture of all of these things together, and they result in people being able to find what they want. Those who want to see these riots sympathetically can find sentiments that they resonate with, and those who want to see the whole picture find chaos because it's an incoherent set of statements. And frankly, anarchism is so much at the root of this. Anarchists who, in the aftermath of, after protesting and claiming that this was all driven by Donald Trump, as soon as Joe Biden won, we saw them attack the Democratic headquarters and proclaim, we are ungovernable. And the answer is, look, you are ungovernable. The rest of us are not ungovernable. We wish to be governed well. And it's not yours to say whether any of us get good government, right? Good government is essential. If you don't understand that and you're going to violate the law, then you need to pay the price. And what we have in this city is we have corporations and city government that are coddling these crazy beliefs. We have businesses that, are regularly trying to get vandals to move on to someone else, which of course puts someone else in the crosshairs. And then we have...
Well, but it's not in the purview of any small business to obliterate the vandals. That's the government's job.
Right. It's the government's job, and the point is, we in Portland who understand that governance is necessary are a majority, certainly, right? We're not all insane. And the problem is, it has become hard to say that we need good governance, that we need policing. It needs to be good, but yes, we need policing. No, don't defund, don't abolish, right? These things are necessary to a functional society. And so what we are now seeing is what happens when you try to appease crazy people who don't understand the basics. And, we're getting, unfortunately, what we collectively ordered. And
it's going to get terrible again. This was bad enough, but it's going to get terrible again like it was last summer, in part for the same reasons that it happened last summer. And forget their cover story. Forget, it's going to be the Chauvin trial verdict. It's going to be this, that, that's all cover story.
Yeah.
It's all cover story. The fact is, we have a lot of people who are dispossessed, who cannot see a way forward in the world in which they will be productive and interested and interesting. And whether or not they are conscious of that, it is a combination of an economy that is not serving people and crazy loads of student debt and credit card debt, and many people have been medicated into oblivion so they can't even recognize what their own moods are, and they're on their damn phones all the time, and they're just stuck in a hellscape from which they cannot escape. And now the lockdowns continue. There are going to be seemingly almost no live events through the Northern Hemisphere summer. That's 2 summers in a row with no outlets, no festivals, no concerts, no ability to get together and have fun and brawl and all. Well, okay, guess what we're going to do then? We're going to do the thing that the health experts has said is reflective of the actual pandemic, which is systemic racism. These people aren't about systemic racism. Some of them originally, and as you revealed in your conversation with Brittany King, and as you revealed in your conversations with Jeremy Lee Quinn, this is a whole mishmash of people. But neither you nor I have said about what is happening right now in Portland or has been happening in this last week. These are protests that became riots. As we said about what was happening all of last summer, right? Because those were regular protests, and for the most part, we didn't think the protests made a ton of sense, but they were good faith, and many of them were actually about, real heartfelt sentiment and desire for real, honest, good change. But reliably, like clockwork, every night in Portland, they became riots, and this that's happening right now, this doesn't even have a pretense.
Yeah,
it's not even pretending to be protests.
So, to be clear about it, 2 things came together last summer. Right, we have a long-standing fringe anarchist movement that has been very active in the Pacific Northwest for a long time, all the way WTO and long before that.
Yeah. So what's that, like 99 or 2001? One of those two.
Something in that neighborhood. But it fused with Black Lives Matter last summer in the George Floyd protest era. And so, for a while it was sort of cloaked in this excuse. And now, the 2 things have more or less parted ways. And here what we do now is we just skip right to the riot. without any meaningful explanation. I do want to correct one thing, though. You
Okay.
said that it's going to get worse. It doesn't have to. It's going to get worse because we are going to do the same thing that leads it to get worse. The thing that Apple did, which now Apple has been punished for coddling this sentiment, right? That thing results in it getting worse.
Yes.
The treating these crimes lightly, not arresting people when you do arrest them, setting low bail, the fact of the population creating a bail fund in which people who vandalize businesses are then legally supported by the public. And even, frankly, I have to say, Zach, could you put up the picture of the volunteer this morning?
I wanted to do something before that. That's not a volunteer.
Neither is that. There we go. So this is one of many volunteers who are cleaning up the streets of Portland this morning, as they do reliably.
Can we actually? So I really wanted to finish with that before we go into talking about the schools.
Okay.
Very quickly, can we just do one thing first? Zach, you had in the pictures that you were showing that you said were from me, something that's a picture that said "United by Love." Can you put that up? So this was outside. This is, these are the fancy stores in downtown Portland, and this I think was a Tiffany store, maybe. I'm not sure. This United by Love, and then the next one, which is right
By the
next
way,
door.
the composition on that photo is excellent.
Thank you. The next one should have been. Okay, so the pictures that you've shown, you need to find the pictures of the women's faces that have been vandalized, that were right next to, that were part of the Tiffany store. I don't know if they're in mine.
I sent it to you.
So I'm going to describe them for those of you listening. There is an array of photographs. There we go. No, that's it. Those are them. And this is, it's Tiffany. And it's women, it's white women and women of color. And right next to this United by Love sign, and all of the white women have had their faces X'd out. Except there's one white woman in profile who they didn't get. I think they just didn't recognize her as human or something. Their algorithm didn't work.
It may be how they understood she identifies.
Yeah, probably so. So, United by Love, you say. So this, this elite brand, right? Like I don't know if I've ever even been in a Tiffany's. I mostly know of it from the Hemingway. Who is it? The film.
Audrey Hepburn.
Hepburn, not Hemingway. Audrey Hepburn in Breakfast at Tiffany's. But United by Love, and then we see that it's only people with skin of a particular color, and that. I don't know. That reminds me of eras in which there's been no love uniting people at all, and it didn't. It doesn't strike me as about inclusion or diversity or equity much.
No, it's
not much.
It's one irony after the other.
Yeah. So now, I had started seeing, actually in my pictures you can show Zach as well, and I guess Dad has some too. There were all these volunteers showing all these volunteers picking up trash because our sky-high taxes in the city of Portland apparently can't cover trash cleanup after riots. We have to bring in volunteers, and these volunteers were, to a person, seemed lovely, and they were doing work that needed to be done. And why are we using volunteers?
Not only why are we using volunteers, but there's something about the way Portland cannot prevent a riot, but it is right on cleaning up and trying to minimize the appearance of the riot the day after. And this has been going on, for since the beginning of the George Floyd riots last year. And
we could smell solvent some places we were walking where they had already cleaned up a bunch of the graffiti this morning.
Right. They have a mechanism for cleaning this stuff up, and the point is, what part of you doesn't understand that it is your obligation to prevent this? And yes, clean up that which you cannot prevent. But, doing whatever, spending whatever, including the labor of people who are not being paid to clean up, presumably Portland's best citizens, volunteers who are willing to make downtown nicer in such a terrible circumstance, are paying the cost of Portland's worst citizens, who frankly have told us what they want to do. They want to burn it all down. They don't believe in any of this stuff. They don't believe that there are rules that can work. They've told us they don't get it. Right, and so what we're going to do is we're going to leave the cost to the most benevolent among us to deal with the vandals, rather than support the police in doing good police work and arresting people who harm Portland and its citizens. I mean, it's just so obvious.
Again, this should not be. We should not be required to say this, but supporting the police and their ability to do good police work can, and I believe should, include restricting some of what the police are currently doing, which they shouldn't be doing, and actually getting mental health professionals to be able to respond to actual mental health calls, as opposed to having police be first responders for all manner of calls, including ones for which they are neither trained nor is it the best use of their time. So, unfortunately, that proposal has often been trotted out as a replacement for police.
Yeah.
And that's insane. Just as, frankly, it's insane to have police doing all of the work, some of which would be better done by mental health counselors, right? Or I don't know. This is not my purview, but clearly there are at least two, and probably many more, sorts of work that need to be done, and at the moment the police force is being forced to do all of it, and of course now it's being forced to do all of it on a shoestring budget with hemorrhaging of the police force, because of course good police are running away. Of course they are.
Yeah, really they're in a no-win situation.
Yeah.
And, I've talked to police about the fact that people are literally calling for their heads, burning them in effigy, etc. And, I must say, they appear to be unaffected by this and just treat it as, oh yes, that happens. On the other hand, what a terrible thing to have this job and to have good policing declared impossible and all police declared guilty by a bunch of people who know nothing, right?
Yeah.
It's an appalling way to treat an essential function of society, and the disaster here is too predictable.
So it's not soon enough, but one thing we need is a candidate for mayor who's not even worse than Ted Wheeler. Because, we collectively voted Ted Wheeler back in after a summer of demonstrably appalling governance, because the person who was closest in the polls was literally a member of Antifa. Who knows, but a supporter of Antifa, yeah.
Yeah. Now, the problem, though, is I agree, we desperately need a mayor who isn't insane. And frankly, I think Ted Wheeler has behaved very, very stupidly. But I don't think he's an idiot. He could get the message and start behaving reasonably.
Of course he could.
But one way or the other, either he wakes up to what's going on and figures out what must be done, or he doesn't and he has to be replaced by somebody else. But you wouldn't want the job, right?
No,
if you had that job...
Of course police are running away. Of course the good,
Right, of the people who could do the job don't want it.
Yeah.
And, my point is, at some level, this is also on the citizens of Portland who are bending over backwards to see reason where there is none, right?
Yes.
And, I wouldn't want the job of mayor because I would worry that doing exactly the right thing would just be punished, right? That doing the right thing because it would be portrayed as authoritarian or fascist or whatever it would be portrayed as would result in, every good bit of governance going thoroughly punished.
Yeah. So following up on, like I said, the taxes are very, very high in Portland, and in a functional system, that's okay. We are not usually in the position of wondering where are all those tax dollars going, but right now we certainly are.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got literally volunteers doing trash cleanup after riots, and then. This is something we were going to talk about last week, but we talked about other things instead. Meanwhile, the schools in Portland, which, schools are always a big piece of a city budget, are working hard on things like changing their names and their mascots. And so many of you will have heard this, that Wilson High School, named for the president, has recently been named the Ida B. Wells High School. And You know, as it turns out, Ida B. Wells is a heroic and interesting and valuable historic figure. I think that any of these name changes, when they are coming now under threat, basically, are a mistake. And, you know, I also never saw any argument for why Wilson was, you know, a horrible person, except he didn't live right now and abide by all of the woke creed, right? But we see, you know, even if you do that, you're not good enough, right? The school changed their name back, I can't remember, maybe February of this year, something like that, went official January. And then they felt that they had to change their mascot as well. And they actually put out to people in the community a number of possibilities. And the possibility that won was the Evergreens. Yeah. You want to pick this up?
No, I just, we didn't talk about this last week?
No.
Okay. So, all right, the Evergreens. So, I do another podcast in my head, and I think we did talk about it last week, but on this podcast we didn't. And so, yes, the Evergreens won, which caused you know, a small shudder in our family because, you know.
Yeah, I know that when I had the opportunity to vote for a mascot, and I honestly don't remember what I voted for, but I saw Evergreens and I was just like, oh hell no, come on, let's not. I don't need to be constantly reminded of Evergreens, right?
Right.
But it won.
But it won.
Okay.
And then a member of the now Ida B. Wells community pointed out that Ida B. Wells was a famous anti-lynching activist. And therefore somehow evergreen trees can't be mascots because, I don't know, something instead of logic.
Too dumb for fiction.
Too dumb for fiction.
Is what it is. It is too dumb for fiction. If you wrote this into a book, a good editor would say, sorry, no, not plausible. That doesn't work. The association with trees, any trees, with a black woman who was an activist in an era when lynching was happening, and therefore, of course she was anti-lynching. I mean, like, aren't we all? But also, like, of course she was. You know, can we also not use wooden bookcases? Like, I don't, where does it stop? I mean, it's just too really absurd. It's too absurd. And then on the same, that happened a week or so ago. The Evergreen mascot kerfuffle, and of course they've caved. They've said, "Oh, we're going back to the drawing board. We're going to consider some other mascot choices because it can't be Evergreens." And then yesterday we got these things in the mail. Apparently, we need to license our cats.
We do.
We I kid you not. We need to license our cats.
Even if we're going to carry them concealed.
Especially if we're going to carry them concealed. So there are fee options here, so we can pay for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years at a time for the licensing of our cats, and for which we will receive. I did go on the website and find out what we'll receive for this, and you know, it's not insane. It's, you know, it's about animal control, and you know, if we do license our cats, maybe they'll return them to us if they get lost. Although I think that would require that they wear tags, and if they ever met cats slip their tags. Like, anyway, on the same day that Portland governance once again fails to keep a freaking violent mob from destroying a bunch of downtown, and then employs a citizen army of volunteers to help do the cleanup, they're asking us for money to license our cats.
Yes.
Our cats.
To license our cats.
Our cats.
Right. Who are anarchists, so in some ways it would make sense. But
they're libertarians.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. You're right about that. But yeah, there is. I mean, I have to say, it's very hard not to juxtapose these two facts. Especially, I mean, let's draw the connection a little tighter on the effect of the failure to enforce the law and punish the guilty for destruction downtown. It is, of course, closing businesses, as you saw. There are shuttered businesses across downtown, and yes, some of that is COVID, but a lot of that has to do with, you'd have to be crazy to start a business, especially in downtown Portland at the moment, right? There are roving bands of maniacs, and the only way, apparently, not to get vandalized is to, proclaim things in your window that satisfy them or something.
And that won't work either.
Yeah, long term, that's not going to work. But anyway, the point is, by treating these claims, the claims of the rioters, as sacred, and therefore coddling the behavior that they engage in as they ostensibly advance these aims, we are killing the tax base of Portland, right? The businesses of Portland are going to flee. And that means there will be less tax money with which to do nice things for the people of Portland, with which to build out Portland so it is a more vibrant city with more jobs that would be helpful to people. And so if you think that the result of destroying businesses in Portland is going to be good for people who are historically oppressed, you don't understand how things work. So the idea of, yes, we are going to nickel and dime the citizens of Portland. We're going to demand more and more tax money as we behave in a way that is going to drive businesses out, which is going to lower the salaries and eliminate the careers of people who live here, force them to move to other cities. So you're going to be left with an underemployed city, and then you're going to squeeze it for taxes. That's a death spiral for a city.
Yeah.
And yet somehow nobody in city government can figure this out. So yes, we will license those cats when you start enforcing the law in a way that is colorblind and ideology blind and species blind and all of those things. You're looking at me that way again. I meant the first two of those things.
Yeah, not species blind. I don't think we want enforcement of law that is species blind.
No.
Although that may be on the list of demands from the Yahoos downtown at some point.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Are we done with Portland for today?
Are we done with Portland? We are not quite done with Portland, but it will come back as we discuss our next topic, I have a feeling.
Okay. Okay, really?
Yeah.
The numbers. We're going to talk about 3 and 90 and 13 and 2.5 billion.
I've girded my loins for the 2.5 billion. But,
okay. I don't know where Portland shows up in here, in these numbers.
13.
Oh, okay. Yes, I remember now. Just briefly. Okay, 3 comes up this week. These are just numbers from the news this week. The CEO of Pfizer has said that it is likely that people are going to need a third shot, a booster shot of the Pfizer COVID vaccine a year after getting the first 2, and that there may just need to be an annual routine of shots. And apparently the J&J guy, I don't know if it was the CEO or not, said something similar as well with regard to their shot. So, of course, this raises the question of, like, maybe this is just going to be like the flu shot, where the virus is evolving out from under us as we know it to be, and so boosters are required to get a closer fit to the actual virus. The people who are developing the vaccine can get a closer fit to the actual virus that is maximally in circulation at the time. But it does raise the question for me. It raises so many questions. But do any of the vaccine manufacturers actually have a good idea of, like, what a closer fit to any of the current variants would be? Or do we have any way of knowing what variants are actually going to be maximally circulating?
So let's separate two things.
Mm-hmm.
Traditional booster shots are necessary not because of the change of the virus, but because of the degradation of the immunological memory.
You're right. I used booster. I used booster incorrectly, although the Pfizer CEO did as well.
That does not breed confidence.
Yeah, I was using his language, but you're right.
But anyway,
you're right.
I don't want to nitpick. I just want to say there are 2 reasons. So the flu shot that you supposedly should get every year is about the fact that it's a different.
It's a new vaccine.
Yeah, it's a new vaccine.
Because it's a new flu.
Right,
and so, that seems like, so that's what may be happening here with COVID.
Well, both things are likely to happen here with COVID. Okay, so.
Alright, so that is the 24-hour live stream. If you enjoyed, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like on the video. I will maybe do this again in the future if it goes well. I think it went fairly well. There was a lot of people dropping in and dropping out during the past 24 hours. I did have the initial stream pulled down, and it is blocked for violation of YouTube's policies on the copyright. I had the radio running in the background, so they're being stupid with that. Either way, thank you for watching the video, and until then,